It is Grand Finals Day here at the Blast Studio in Malta, where we have 4 teams in total take the stage to fight it out for 2 titles. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in this wonderful studio, we have Alfama and Fresh, and there's so much Siege action today. Are we excited?
Super excited because we see also 2 new teams, and I always like to see, I love to see new talent coming up, especially from our region. So it's going to be a great day.
Can I let you in on a secret, you two and everyone at home?
Yeah, because Secret is not here anymore.
I'm maybe more excited for the Tier 2 finals than I am the Grand Final, because these 2 teams are going to be going at it.
They will be, yeah. There's a lot on the line for them, I feel like, you know, whereas our Tier 1 teams are already all qualified to a side, I feel like with the Tier 2, maybe there's more pressure on their shoulders for these players. We'll have a look about that, and we'll talk about it later as well. But first, we need to review the bracket of the Tier 1 finals, as we're talking about, right? Our EML finals, 6 teams we started with last week. We said goodbye to 3 before we went our way to Malta. Now we only have 2 left because we said goodbye to Secret yesterday. Our grand final, it'll be a rematch of the upper bracket final, but the 2 big dogs of the EML region, Falcons and G2.
Yeah, I think so. Leo likes to talk about hierarchy because of the French team in his mind are at the top of the hierarchy. That is, of course, Falcons. I think, you know, it's Falcons, G2 are the challengers alongside Team Secret, but Secret looks very, very much off the pace yesterday. They unfortunately lost 0-2 to G2, didn't pick the right map, in my opinion, at all. But I think it's worth saying, the 3 teams we had out here in Malta are clearly the best 3 teams inside of Europe right now.
But clearly Secret appears to be the 3rd one, and that's the big story for these guys. They've lost to Falcons, they've lost to G2, and that's not good by any means for a team that won EWC. They wanted more out of this, and this will be another wake-up call after Munich, going into SI.
This is our schedule for today. As you can see, we were talking about this rematch. It was a close game yesterday, though, with that first map really looking like it was going to go the other way. And in the second game, of course, and unfortunately, Secret falling short there against G2. And we're looking at schedule for today. As we set the EML Tier 2 final first, and then we'll have our grand final for the EML region later on after that. And the good thing is, we got to speak to all the players as well as they were coming in. As you mentioned, we see new teams here on the stage here. So we got to sit down with them and talk to them about the preparation for this event. Just wanted to know, how's the team feeling today?
Team's feeling good. We had a good rest, good night's sleep. Learned some things from yesterday, so gonna get revenge on Falcons, finally.
Okay, cool. I want to talk about that a little bit. You talked about it in the interview yesterday, after the game immediately. We weren't there mentally. What did you guys discuss yesterday to be ready for today?
We didn't really discuss anything, to be honest. We literally just went home and we got the rest that we needed because it was a really long day for us. So yeah, I think me and Alamo went to bed at like 7 p.m. or something. We woke up at like 10, so like we slept for so long.
Good, relax. I think we have a good night of sleep, everyone, and we're ready to take a rematch again against G2.
Yeah, it's a rematch, like you say. You beat them yesterday. How are you going to make sure to beat them again today?
I mean, it will be really simple. We are just going to do the same thing. And I think G2 didn't have time to prepare the match that well. So yeah, we'll do the same thing, and I hope it will work.
What was the preparation like going into this event?
I think it's more of like vibes. Like obviously we came from Toronto just a few weeks ago, so we're just purely here for vibes. Obviously practicing past week and obviously trying to win it all. But like we're a good friend of a good group of friends, so we're just aiming for the vibes. That's the goal. You
played this team in Toronto. Now you're playing them again in Malta. It didn't really go you guys' way the last time. How are you going to make sure it's different this time around?
I mean, in Toronto, we had some problems the morning of the game, right? Some internal issues with the team that have not been solved. To be honest, we lost, but I would go against the fact that it didn't go our way. We beat them on their map pick, essentially. It was 6-3.
Rematches are on the schedule for today, as we heard from the players as well with their preparation. There's so much they had to say about how they're feeling for this event, even what this means for them, right? We talk about the chance of making it to an SI, something that our 2-tier EU teams are already qualified for. That's a big thing still to keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are a lot of things at stake, especially for them. If you look at the stage, if you look at experience, if you look at the spotlights for these guys also, you know, they're playing for a lot of things. And even though they don't have a salary, they're also here playing for a cash prize, and that means a lot as well.
Yeah, whoever wins this leapfrogs a lot, even EML teams. They leapfrog Fnatic and the Wilds and the Wolves of this world into that close qualifier in terms of 6 Invitational. It puts them at a great advantage. And, you know, that's even more relevant experience against the top teams when we get there in January.
Yeah, before we deep dive into that Tier 2 final, as we see our teams getting ready behind us, I want to take a quick preview of the grand final that's happening later today. As we said, G2 going up against Falcons. It is a rematch. It is teams that play against each other so often, but in the recent history, though, when we look at Falcons, it seems like they've been doing a better job at this game than G2 been able to do that.
Yeah, Falcons have dominated the G2, and I think for G2, it's really the time for them to try to break that ceiling. I don't think I've seen this team win anything since stage 1 of EML, actually. You know, They went in the grand finals of EWC, they lost that, and afterwards they had a tricky stage 2, and although it was a good dominating one, it was not as dominating as stage 1, and Munich was an early exit. So I think this kind of reassurance right now, Jack, they want to prove to themselves they can beat some of the best international teams, and what a better way to do this than to go on stage and beat the one team that was in the last major grand final.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what you want to do. You know, you keep talking about the hierarchy. You want to be at the top of it. There is, you know, the pride, the ego. You know, all of our players play with ego. They clearly do, and they want to be the best inside of Europe. So yes, there's things already qualified for. There's effectively only ceiling and prize money on the line. The biggest thing for me is ego. You know, G2 are going to want that revenge.
They do, especially since they won that first stage as the championship. And then for Falcons, they actually won that second stage, right? So looking into that, they're technically hoping they could carry on that title going in here today.
Yeah, and I think for Falcons, it's very much the same. They want to continue, and they want to continue their dominance inside of Europe. They know that their big goal, realistically, is going to be the Sixth Invitational over in Paris, but they're going to want to continue that and also just prove themselves, get right back on the horse after another disappointing loss over there in Munich.
Yeah, they do want to win a grand final. Like you said, all set on a prize of SI. I think for Falcons, really, right now, the most important preparation for it is winning here on this stage.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
It is time for our Tier 2 final, and just for that occasion, we thought it would be a great idea to invite a special guest with us here on the stage. We're joined by Tom. You've worked a lot of these Tier 2 events, Tier 2 means you know these teams through and through.
Well, yeah, we know both the teams very well. I would argue they are the two strongest teams representing T2. They've got all the way to the final. They've obviously just come over from Toronto as well with Sports Contender Series, in which we did see them go head-to-head as well. You spoke about it earlier with Flexi. I think what I love about these T2 teams is it's people looking for redemption who have previously played at a higher level, or it's your up-and-comers trying to come up and break through to that T1 scene. So I think you said it as well, Fresh. I'm almost more excited for the T2 final than Falcons versus
That's
G2.
the only reason you're here, right, Tom?
Yeah, I just love T2. What can I say? Yeah.
You went to say G2.
Yeah, I did it. You've almost got to help me there as well.
It happens, but I'm so glad that we have you here, especially for your expertise on these teams. As you said, you know them through and through. We'll start talking about Panewone first. Our Finnish team, it's a big thing for them. We talked to the players about it as well. The Finnish representation in this game is a big thing for them. And then talking about the players on that roster. I feel like we've seen these names through the Tier 2 scene for such a long time already.
Yeah, I think that's the nice thing about Panahone is it's sort of a friendship team. And sometimes you maybe hear in T2 Siege sort of like, if you just go with a friendship stack, it's not going to take you to that next level. You need to bring in who you need to bring in. But with Panahone, they've made it work. And they don't necessarily have the most highlight flashy players, but it's sort of that teamwork and the vibe that they have within that side. We saw Lambe speaking about it earlier. He was, what was it? Just, I'm here for the vibes, here for the vibes, here for the vibes. And I think that's the key to Panahone's success. And I want to see how far they can go as well. Because although they are all Finnish, I don't think they're finished yet.
Oh, I see. It's also nice, to be fair, to see a full Finnish roster competing inside of Tier 2 as well, right? You know, we've seen a lot of these players, you know, Rastin, Lambe, Hauver particularly, go off and play in English mixed-speaking teams. You know, Hauver was on, was it ITB Academy, for example?
Yep.
So some of these players now coming together as a Finnish team to play inside of Tier 2 and find that success is what we've been missing, because we've seen a lot of Finnish players across even Tier 1. You know, think of your Kantos, your Slebens, your Shates, all those players. We've had a lot of Finnish talent, but never a Finnish team for, you know, a very long time.
And I just think they represent so much hope, because it means that you can take your friend stack, and if you just after work, after school, go and scream 5 times, 6 times a week, you know, you put in the work, they grind through. It can pay off. My only question is, can it pay off all the way to here, or is there a ceiling to the friendship? Is there enough skill in that team to be able to break away and make it to Tier 1 maybe? Or is it gonna take them so far?
these guys have played so much as well. They've played so many
much, Siege.
competitions. You look through their matches played, they've played like 100 official matches this year. It's like, it's absolutely crazy the match practice they've had.
Yeah, that's crazy. Even technically, since they've only been together since July, so it's a lot of matches for this roster, but they have to go up against a team. When we look at that players on the side of Project Zero, you know, anyone who's watched any kind of Tier 1 competition over the course of the last few years might have seen these names about. We're talking about competitions, major even as well, but even for the players in Tier 2 that have been on this roster, there's so much experience on this team.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Project Zero is sort of that highlight reel sort of T2 roster where all these players have had sort of their opportunity in the past. They step up and they get those big clutch moments as well. I mean, I think that's what I love so much about T2 is you've got these players who have played at a higher level before, but now this is them trying to get back to that level. And I think that's what makes this Project Zero side so exciting. They do rely, it's a little bit like a T2 G2 really.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
T2
They rely on
G2, okay.
Yeah.
So you're spotting them as well,
Yeah.
Tom, I see. Yeah, I mean, obviously Grubby's on this roster. I think he's probably the most notable name in terms of Tier 1 experience, obviously having been out at Six Invitational most recently with Team Secret and also played on Fnatic. But you've also got UPaw, you've got Quick, Skeptic, all those guys, they've all played inside of Tier 1. There's a lot of relevant experience inside of Tier 1. You know, even a couple of these guys moved continents to play Tier 1 Siege, right? So they've been there, they've kind of done it. They are the ones, as you say, Tom, that are looking for redemption. And also Flexi on this roster. You know, Flexi was a player that I worked with back in 2021. I want to say when he was on Delta Project with Fabian and, you know, those guys, June was playing on that team at the same time. But he took a big break and he's now looking for his redemption inside of Tier 1 as well.
Yeah, if you think of Panu Huone, you think of a team that's like cohesion-based, team play-based, a bunch of friends. If you look at this roster, at Project Zero, you look at teams, a bunch of misfits, kind of. Some of them that have Tier 1 experience but didn't really go for the full adventure. Maybe they didn't have the project that suited them. They did still show sparks of genius, every single player on that roster. And I think they're looking here at the spotlights. They want a spotlight on their name. They want to show that they have it in them. And they want to show that they can compete at the Tier 1 level. And it starts by here winning the Tier 2 finals here in Europe.
Yeah, what a great better spotlight you can get on your face, and playing on the main stage here at the Tier 2 finals. We'll have some stats as well on these two teams to give you kind of an idea of what they've been showing us before. And this is from their last match that they played inside the Tier 2 circuit, not against each other, but both against Good Intention. So it gives you a bit of a benchmark, I guess, in regards to these two teams. And the stats are leaning both ways, I guess we can say.
I guess, yeah, last match against Good Intentions, both of them won, and this is why you see really positive stats. One interesting story is Panu Huone, for example. They faced Good Intentions early on in the bracket of the finals, and they lost to them actually 0-0-2, and they found them in the final of the lower bracket, and they beat them 7-0, 7-2, 14-2 in total. Just goes to show that the Finns, they know how to go and work and counter-strike and prepare a proper match, and I think that's a good sign going into this final against Project Zero.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You've hit the nail on the head there. With this Finnish side, they put the work in. They put the work in, and you really see it come to fruition when they've done that complete lower bracket run. And I think, if I had to pick a team, I don't know who I would pick. I also know they can maybe hear me, so I don't want to say it, because I've been watching them all season, play all season. But there's something about the Panahone roster which you can see the work going on behind the scenes. You can see how much they care, how much passion they have for the game. And I think that's exactly what you need when you're trying to make it through. Well, you mentioned it earlier, Anne. The winner of this does get that spot in the SI LCQ, and you don't have to go through all the open qualifiers, battling off, well, the likes of Fnatic, who are definitely going to be down in there. But yeah, so it's a sort of a straight shot to maybe make it to an international event.
Yeah, that's a big thing for them. And speaking to Flexi, you mentioned that as well, right? With the open qualifiers, it could really go anybody's way, so you don't want to end up there. There's a lot of the line for these two teams, and as we mentioned, a best of 3 between them to fight it out here. We're looking at the map feed today. We're going to go to Border first.
Yeah, so we were speaking to the Project Zero guys, and they gave us some insight. The last 2 weeks of scrims, they've got an attack win rate of 15%. So they're not attacking very well, but they are a team that's full of absolute talent. They've got talent on their side. They've got a lot of players that's played inside the Tier 1. So what do you do when you're struggling to attack and you've got a lot of talent? You go to Border, which is a map that's very individualistic, that's very, very gunfight heavy. So that makes a ton of sense to me.
Yeah, they pick the smallest map, and it's going to be frag heavy, and they're supposed to have the best skill set when it comes to gunplay. When we go onto Night Heaven Labs, Panu Huone, they pick a map that is extremely methodical and traditional, step by step. That's going to highlight the team play and cohesion in that roster. I think we could almost have predicted the maps that they would have picked in terms of play style. And then if we move on to the last one, Consulate, a map that they have absolutely loved. I mean, You probably saw them play, Tom. I
Yeah.
think we've seen some amazing results from these teams. They've dominated.
We pulled the stats actually for Consulate. Both of these teams across this year
love
have
it.
played Consulate. I think Panahona was 24 times, they've won it 20. For Project Zero, it's 27 times, they've won it 22. So both of these teams absolutely love that map.
Well, hopefully we will get to see a map 3 because, like you said, they're both so brilliant on that map. And I think it's you also mentioned it as well, Leo, about how the sort of it fits the teams perfectly. The maps we've selected there, the chaos and gunfight and hero play heavier border, or the methodical standard approach of Nighthaven Labs, and then we just get a map both teams love, which is going to be fantastic if we get all the way to that ad.
I do hope so, because I feel like it's a great battleground for these two teams here in the Tier 2 final. The first map is ready, so we'll take it to our casters, Fluke and Demo.
Yes, we will take it to our casters, Fluke and Demo. We are here in the walls, in the building, in the world of T2, baby. This is the ground that you and I first cut our teeth on, what, 9 years, 8 years ago? However long. Demo, it's been our journey in this game, and this is where we get to return. Are you ready?
I thought I was out of here. They've dragged me back in for another T2 step. What's going on? Oh.
You can't take us out of it. You can't take us out of it.
Nope.
It's
Nope.
you know, I'm gonna give one quick history lesson, and then you're gonna follow up with a better in-depth one about these two teams. But the fact that the core and the long history core of the EML team, we all started in Tier 3, Tier 2. We were the Challenger League casters back when that existed a long, long time ago. All of us have always had such a strong, strong relationship with this Tier of Siege, because it was our origin story too. It was how we all came up together. Tim, Dez, Parker, and Terror. He was doing, you know, the sort of CCS tournaments back in the day. That's a history lesson, guys. Get on Wikipedia, go to 2017, 2018. You'll learn something. Okay, enough about us though. How about we talk about these teams? Demo, you want to set a bit of a stage here for these two?
I'll make it, you know, pretty straightforward. It's teams that we've seen throughout the course of the year. I think straight away for Project Zero, the name that is going to attract everyone there is going to be the Grubster. It's going to be Grubby. Everyone knows about him. Had a very long time at Team Secret. Went to SIs. Went to different tournaments. Again, that ran its stint, as what many things do. And he needed to try and work his way back into the scene somehow. And it is, you know, kind of through this avenue of coming in with a Tier 2 team. And the players, again, that he's been able to get around him. It's same again. It's players that we know. You think about Upor. Used to also play for Team Secret as he was the substitute back then. I think he ended up playing like every game. So it's really a substitute if he's playing every game. I don't know. And you've got people there like Scappy Snake. That's a guy who's been, I remember in CL, must have been Black Mambas in... Must have been maybe the COVID season, I think, in 2020. I think that's where he was. Remember him, Joshua Glitch. Jack's already alluded to Flexi, Delta Project, yeah. Again, another up-and-coming team at the time that we know. We obviously have seen Geum come from that roster, for example. Yeah, you know, I think that the Project Zero team is going to have a lot more experience against the Finns, but that does not take away from the Finns. I think a lot of the players of Panahone, they're relatively new whenever you think about the age of this game. Yeah, it's not as though they've been here since 2017, 2018, 2019. I think a lot of those guys were, you know, fairly recent. Whenever we kind of seen them break onto the scene, you're probably looking at, you know, 23, 24. The one player I do remember all the way back in the NPL days with Team Ambush, and that was Raston. So straight away, that's a bit of experience coming in from a long time ago. Also, their coach, Rousty, who I don't believe is on the stage with them, but I'm sure he's somewhere in the background. He's another person where he has been around for a very, very long time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have worked a broadcast with Rousty, I'm pretty sure. Way back when. In the Tier 2 days, in the Memorial times. It's... yeah, but couldn't attend because of work. So so the sub is coaching them. The sub is the one behind. But yeah, as you're right, you know, it's threaded all the way back. Sorry, there's my Rousty fun fact. You take it back up. I just had to pop in there.
No, I mean, I'm mostly done with my point. You know, more or less. Like I said, I think Project Zero has the more experienced players, but Panahone have been the better team. They beat them at the Spoit tournament.
The Spoit Invitational?
Yep.
Great show. Great tournament. We're in a little bit of a tech pause right now, if you haven't noticed. We'll be back in as soon as we go. So obviously this is the first best of 3 of the day. And then later on, we have the tier 1, as I put on Twitter. It's a tiered cake today. And this is almost the... I'm not even going to say that. I've got to say it. I thought it. This is the Malta teaser for the full bite of chocolate later on today.
Get out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I have Tom? I mean, the desk got Tom. Can I have Tom now?
Yeah, flying
Get
back.
rid of you.
Flying back over. Come on. How long's the flight to Malta? Not entirely sure why they were typing SSG in.
Oh, it's a thing. It's a weird thing. It's like with GK in tier 2. You don't see GK do like the 5 thing. It's, I don't know. T2 do some weird stuff. They have these weird little traditions.
Right. Well, let's see if they're things that work. I guess starting on a map that SSG do like. Is that something? Is that a tether to pull at? I don't know. I'm just doing my best.
We're sorry. We're not obligated to require the NA. Nor I think are we qualified to.
Well, I think. Oh no, they're currently. I was going to make a joke about them being worse than EML, but they are currently technical major rating champions NA, so I can't. Right, well, Parker said it during a Munich major cast. Actually, he was like, "NA is just a tier below," and then they go and win it. And I think spite is a powerful motivator.
Yeah, Parker hits his own region.
Because Parker hits a lot of things. What do you think about these bans?
Look, again, Border. We've been over this many times to this map. You don't need your traditional hard breachers. It's all about the fast and the furious. And yeah, look at Panahone. Take away the Ying. Great ban. Ying, we know, can cause a lot of disruption, especially in and around this top floor. Project Zero. Yep, Mira Azami, those kind of layered operators where you'll want to try and hunker down and create those little bit of safety nets for your team.
Oh, they're not
trying to just go. Wait, it's a bait archives. They're rushing in for the army, but trying to plant archives at the same time.
Yep, they're just trying to send it, but there's 2 kills that come out in towards their favor. They've absolutely played a bit of a blinder here with 2 shields and the run and the roll of it. There's still some damage done either way, though, and now it's a 2 versus 2, but oh, there's 2 shields. That makes things a bit stickier. Skeptic's gonna see if he can try and get the kit confirmed. In the meantime, he's just out of the range of the smoke. There's the drift on by. The blind is too far away. There's a janker. Can't quite get the connection. And a shotgun is hoping and praying, but unfortunately, all they met is a wall of metal and a bit of a dance.
A shimmy. Shimmy from Flexi. Yeah, this is what Border's all about. It's these little bits of opportunity spotting. And I mean, I think that's a pretty risky thing of what they've went for. I get the vision, and the idea is you're dumping in a lot of utility to bait one side, to then create an opening for someone else on the other side of the map. And the idea was drag all of the attention away from Armory and just have the Monty walk in for the archives. However, the Monty was found out and was very close to actually be, taken out. Thankfully, the players in the Armory side were able to pick up their kills. They created nice space. They got rid of the players in the bomb site, which allowed the Monty then to walk through and get over to them. But yeah, risky enough for Project Zero. Really getting around like that, if your Monty dies and the diffuser's cold, that could really put a stumbling block in front of you. But hey, thankfully, it has worked out for them, and they take the first round.
Round 1. 10 seconds to go. Well, it's 1 ticked on the board, and we can see, obviously, as you said, they went for the bait and play. They tried to run themselves in with a lot of pace. They played what is ostensibly a pocket pick, and they've entirely opted for something, I would say, a little bit more traditional. Obviously, you've got the ace to get yourself the breach in, get your way scattered and set up across the control of the space with what is aggression, and that's Border. It's all screaming to me, let's try and hunt the players above, and we'll see if they get themselves stuck in. As you said at the start of this, there's a lot of experience on this Project Zero roster, and they're going to try and put that into that international stage. The C4 slides on by, and so does Quick. Gets the head of Lambate, knocks them off. The Mozzie's gone. And no more pests to be pestered by the chance at the swing now. Here over break as Nikki does take the head off of Quick. And it's back and forth, bloody on break.
Yep, no surprise. See the early trades come in on a border. I always think for this kind of map, getting into the building sometimes pretty difficult, I think, for the attackers, and certainly it's kind of east stairs location is what we look at for the attackers trying to get their way in. Look at that from Grubby, just swings. I mean, we should get used to this. I mean, you're going to see these reckless engagements happen in a matchup, which, again, it's tier 2. It's going to be a little bit diamond in the rough, isn't it?
Honestly, I'm really enjoying the pace is so hard. They're just throwing themselves in. They've got none of that sort of scared sensibility, and there it is. A response from the Finns. Panahone. Which it translates to boiler room. Did you know?
Well, do now.
Well, there you go. Also, I can hear a very slight echo of us in this moment. Hello. See?
Cast yourself.
They get themselves their response. And as you were sort of saying, it was so beautifully aggressive. Like every single time, every time there's an opportunity for an engagement, they'll get themselves in, they'll get themselves sort of face it. The fact that, you know, you're getting Deimos tracks at the same time as the sort of calls and the pressure from the Lion. And then what you're looking at is, yeah, I'm still going to try and push up into break and shoot out their utility. Of course I am. I'm still going to try and take these angles and engagements. And at the same time, against a lot of other people, that probably would have worked great. But Groovy's doing the same thing where he's like, oh, I found this utility, but of course I'm going to just enter into CC and swing this area. Like it's that need to put action on top of an action, regardless of what else is going on.
I sometimes think about, you know, tier 1, and I think that, you know, professional teams, they play with a speed limit. T2 don't have that. T2 break the speed of sound sometimes, the way that they go through things. You know, the fact that we had seen it flip-flop from, you know, Project Zero having the man advantage to then all of a sudden in 5 seconds they've lost a round. You know, that's the thing about tier 2, I feel. It's so difficult to really tell where the rounds are going to go, which, as you can imagine, makes my job pretty difficult.
Well, you know, sometimes you just have to make stuff up.
What do you think I do?
Oh, that's true, actually. That's my whole job. They're gonna see if they can, once again, just drive the shield across. I mean, the pick of the attackers seems entirely different every single time. It's such a different vibe on all the approaches. We said the double shield in towards what was a full area control and full sort of track down in towards this. They're really just keeping the defenders guessing, and they're keeping things at the sort of tip of what's going to happen next. Who's going to know? Nobody's really able to build up a groundswell, swing the Maverick lines on towards the office wall, getting themselves through in. But there it is. As I said, Groovy is just popping in. They don't need to wait for what else is going to happen, because, well, why not pick the fight? Look, I've forced Fountain. I've got this control. I've forced them back onto the site. You can see the Twitch is underneath, trying to probably get the rotate round. As the Clash steps back in, there's at least something solid, and they just pull back. It's all aggressive probing to find out if there's possibility. Who needs drones when you are the drone?
Torch is hot.
Yeah, I think the main issue is going to be that Clash, isn't it? That's what they need to try and get through, and they really only have just the one nade, and Quick, no, gets taken out by the Maverick calls, and because of that, you've lost the Maverick, you lost the only kind of way you're going to get into a reinforced wall. They have to now walk through doorways. And Flexi's able to get one, but still, I just think the breach is going to be such a mess for them.
It's still all just scrappy fighting over a couple of Maverick angles right now. He's just blinded his own teammate. The Clash is causing the problems here. It's a 4 versus 3. They've lost the Twitch, who is the only bit of width on this approach currently, because he tried to get on towards the archive store itself. Instead now, Lambe's going around on the rotate round the back. Should get a cheeky double backstab. Nope, they knew.
Swapping mag.
And now it's a 2 versus 3. Somehow they've got the Clash as well out of the mix of it. Groovy is going to chug his way in towards the site. He's still being zapped, obviously, by the shield itself, but the player tucks around behind those Maverick holes, behind the possibility of a rotation that seems to be what Groovy's done, get towards the door. Now they can't cross. They have the pressure from the Maverick angle. They have the pressure, obviously, from the fountain door itself, so they can plant safely in this position. Oh! until they get their head taken off. Upor gets the swing round, but the kid is down, and there's the pickup. They stand strong on a defense, but again, fight, 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 brawl, 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 baby.
Oh, it's not the cleanest of siege. But again, just so back and forth. You just don't know where it's going to go. You really don't. And you kind of fought at the position where you lose the Maverick. You lose the way of actually creating an opening into that breach. And then they battle back. They're able to get the kills then on their side for Project Zero. They get in a position where they can go for the plant. And then again, it just gets taken away from them. So, I mean, it's so difficult to know where it's going to go. And especially on a map like Border, which is just so sporadic in terms of the kind of positions you can take up, and you know, if you rotate into the right room at the right time, you'll find 2 kills easily, because it's a very claustrophobic map. You know, it's pretty small. A lot of the time it will be, you know, players and shoulder, so yeah, always gonna be opportunities. And yeah, Panahone found another one. 2-1 they sit.
It's still like, I guess I'm in this sort of situation here, Demo. Should Project Zero be slowing things down a little?
10 seconds left. Bomb located by attackers.
You can think about that question if you like.
I think on a map like Border, can you afford to slow it down?
I get it, and it's why I'm posing it as a question more than sort of making a statement. But just thinking about their approaches there over, especially that round, but what they did was they drove themselves in towards office. Right, we saw a little bit of a rotate that went underneath from the Twitch solo. They used the blitz to face check angles and try and get kills through Maverick holes. Oops. And then from that point onwards, you know, they just kept on trying to run into the problems to fix them, right? They just kept on trying to make that sort of play round work. They don't get the confirm on the kill. They get the Nomad picked up. Thank you for the PIP. I don't know. I'm wondering if, you know, although the aggression, although the pace is great, and there's another sort of entry to take away from it, just being able to piece things out a little bit more and pull things together, maybe take things section by section, just get a bit of caution. Here they are already just driving towards the site and caught off again, because they don't have these angles, right? They're just trusting. Oh. They're trusting a straight line. They're blinkering themselves like a horse loose in a building.
It's just, it's too late. It's too late, Upor. That kill needed to come in so much sooner to avoid losing 2 players, one of them being the Monty. I mean, the idea was actually something I believe that Wolves did during the stage, where they forced the shield, smoking off blue, running into the site and getting a plant down. And again, the same thing was kind of attempted there, but whenever you're not even taking simple rooms like, hey, your vents in your workshop, that's gonna happen.
That's it, right? That's the sort of point that I was trying to make, is they're so sort of A-lined on this is where we're going and this is what we're doing, that it feels like Panahone, a team that knows them very well, is able to exploit these angles, still have the vertical. There's the trade. Again, a few steps too late, but they at least still get it and keep things level. And now, yeah, they've got massively impressive gun skill. Whether it's becoming a little bit too much of a reliance, it's hard to say. They're putting pressure. It's 2 1 versus 1s that are about to sort of pop vertically. There is some support that's coming through against the castle, but oh, they did not know about Lambe above. So now Gruby is stuck. He knows somebody is on the vertical angles above him. He gets... Whoa, I don't know how he's done that. A little bit of magic in 20 seconds. Now you assume Vigil's going to drop the hatch and will stop the plant with the first bit of audio. Gruby isn't actually going to stop. He knows he's got the time. Tucked on the rotate, hit by the blinds. It's going to not actually fully connect. The second one won't either. As the line's up, it's... Oh! The decapitation!
That was clean. That was crisp, wasn't it? Yeah.
Beautiful.
Big old 1v1. And he dodges the flashbangs. I'm surprised the second one didn't catch him.
Yeah.
But good situal awareness, knowing that, okay, where he's planted, he's going to probably head glitch the bomb chassis, just go for the pre-fire. And yeah, Grubby's kind of walked into that trap of sitting in a fairly common position that Lambe knows about. You know, Lambe's a player for me who I'm surprised has hasn't got the call up to T1. Now, yes, I know that Lambe and Quick, they played in Mexico with Revan. The team who shall not be named. Sometimes I feel like you can't mention that.
To be fair, I think this is the knock-on effect. This is my low-stakes conspiracy theory. Revan doing that is what inspired South America to send teams to other regions. They were like, we can do that.
They invaded us, let's invade them back.
Yeah. They've taken over the world, and you know, is Revan the patient zero in this example?
So yeah, certainly Lambe, I think, is the player who. I'm surprised he hasn't been thought about in T1 beforehand. I think he's a very, very good player. Remember whenever he, the first I kind of got to know him was whenever he was playing for the Orgless team, like the kind of Calories team, if anyone remembers that back in 2023. He had like Grizzly and Oscar, for example, and I think Canny was on that team too. So, you know, that's whenever I first got to see him, and he was a good player, really good player.
Now, I'm wondering if they'll try and get themselves a little bit more sort of concerned about the same angles. They're still more than happy. And again, it's the excellent gun skill from Project Zero that means that they can go for the playstyle they're going for, right? If they were, you know, 75% of the talent that they were, they wouldn't be able to take these multiple angles. They wouldn't be able to take these multiple bits of aggression, but, well, unfortunately, it doesn't always net a result. Rastin catches one. There's the trade back. There's that frame network. Groovy from deep. Gets the drop on towards the walkway. But here, can they try and just get something together? 3 players in the same place without a shield being the driving factor is maybe the first time this has happened on their approach, and it's just to clear their way across. You can see Skeptic is the back, waiting to, you know, hopefully catch people that get forced in towards AC window. There's obviously a couple either side, but this feels like what I said a couple of rounds ago, slower. It's more cautious. They're checking, double checking, supporting each other's angles, and instead of trying to take the entire map or just none of the map and drive themselves in towards the site, they're box by boxing it. They're going fraction by fraction now. There is some threat from the mute underneath the players in CC. They have a C4. They could try and operate towards those positions. Instead, actually, they've build themselves back towards the site itself, and well, will caution pay off? No, says the first kill. No, says the second. Oh, it's not confirmed, but it's a down, and that's going to slow them down. The C4 doesn't net a reward. It's just spraying and hoping here, and Project Zero, they're in, but they're not off to the best start, Demo.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out for them. I think with the down as well, it just means that Uport and his HP isn't going to be all too helpful. You try and look and go for the plan. I think that's the tricky thing for them. It's can they cover all of the different angles, and there it is with that low HP sledge that was bound to happen at some point. Skeptic Snake is going to make himself known. He's outside that window, and that kind of leaves them in kind of segregated position where they can't really support one another. And Grubby can't trade Skeptic and vice versa, and Skeptic, he's going to make the bold play of walking in through the main door. Yellow ping onto him, and yeah, down he goes. Caught in a crossfire, and like I said, Grubby not there to get the trade, able to pick up one. And then look at the trade game from Panahone. So much better than what Project Zero are currently producing.
Oh, they're finna to win it right now, aren't they?
Get out!
I'm here all evening. Well, day, depending on where you are. It's just, it feels in control. It's sure brilliantly aggressive at points, right? They're losing these early engagements at some points, they're winning them in others, but the fact that the trade game, as you sort of said there from Panahone, is so well put together, they cannot get a break. Project Zero on these approaches, they can't find a route through the sort of iron walls of Finland, and it just feels very well prepared, and it feels like a team that knows who they're up against and what they're up against. And this is Project Zero's map pick as well. This is where Project Zero wanted to come. They wanted to hit it very aggressively. That one round they won feels quite a while ago. And there has been obviously 1v1 close plants. There's been these sort of neck and neck rounds and situations. But when it boils down to it, when you sort of look at the, you know, how the game is balancing, it does generically feel like they are the ones in a bit more of the driver's seat.
Yeah, game is slipping through the fingers of Project Zero. Or one. The border attack's not looking too healthy. See if they can make a dent into this round. We'll be dealing with this armory defense once more. See the east stairs hold as well is going to come in. You can see the Dachanka stationed over towards the corridor. To be used just to delay anyone trying to enter in through that east door. Get Deimos from downstairs, trying to find the angle, but thankfully on a hard flooring for the Legion. And here comes Rastin with that Molotov launcher, trying to deny access to that shield. This is good right now, I think, from Panahoni, just standing strong, using the util well to delay this time.
I thought it was kind of good from both of them, right? You could see that they threw themselves in and quick drifts on by and gets the kill. Fair enough, buddy. It was a great response from Panahoni, as you said, to drive the utility back in and get some support. How he's escaped that, I don't know. With everything going on, they threw it all in the kitchen sink at him, but they couldn't quite get him. But still, I think this Project Zero approach is the best they've done so far. They made sure that they were using utility and teamwork to try and clear the player out. They couldn't quite clear the position, so they opted for something else and drew the attention and then drove themselves back in, and then the follow through. But I mean, the off the piece positions and 2 quick kills that come back against them. Well, with that grenade, at least not quite getting the full catch. The Deimos track doing a lot of work here. They need to get one more kill, but he's that pressure. Finland just striking back with so many avenues of support. They're so quick to react to the danger each other is currently under. And Lambe threads the needle and threads it right through Upor. There's Groovy getting one back. How many times has the star player been the last alive, and how many times has a round gone away from them? Where's the roof gone?
Taking it off. Throw some fire.
T2's blowing the roof off here.
I think it might be time for me to put on my critical hat.
Oh, no.
Okay, I've tried to hold it in, but I think it has to be said. Project Zero playing like 5 individuals. And I kind of had that feeling throughout that kind of half, and I think now a 5-1, I think I'm in my right to kind of go in on it. You look at how they're kind of playing that. Yeah, it starts off well, actually pretty structured. I think they have an idea what they want to do, get themselves in towards east. They pick up that first kill. At that stage, somebody needs to take control of that round and say, guys, what do we want to do? From the position they're in, with east being taken, straight away, they should be going fountain all day long. Should be going for that archives. They decide to try and go security, buy them lonesome. You think about the kills that Panahoni got. One guy outside east towards the office window by himself, dead, no trade. You then see the Deimos pushing in by himself. Again, dead, no trades. Same with the Monty, boom, dead, no trades. You know, quick as well. No trades. No trades at all. Coming in from Project Zero, and that is a massive, massive issue for them. They're not working together. It's like a scattered shot of a shotgun. It's landed everywhere. It's not a controlled spread. It is went everywhere. And that is the issue I'm seeing in Project Zero. There's no control after they get past that early game.
At this point, you know, how do they try and rein things back in, right? They've suffered on their attack half, on towards their map. They'll be looking towards, obviously, the growth on the alternate side. They'll be looking towards getting some defenses tied together, but with what you've just said about how things have felt distant, you do get some benefit working on your defense with that, with the order. I think the fact you can peek out, the fact you have to sort of be a bit aggressive, but it's the trade network that Panahoni have put together. That was a little bit Spanish. Panahoni. That feels like it's going to be the benefit on their attack, right? The fact that they've already demonstrated that they have this great cover, they have this ability to work together as a 5. Roosty, wherever they are, working from work. He does say hi to you as well, by the way, Demo.
Thank you.
Probably watching with pride at how the team has been able to sort of get themselves this tight, decent framework. The C4 won't quite connect with the player outside. Baited a bit of utility, a minute gone. The Bs played together, and now it's going to be the first engagement. There it is. There goes Quick. There goes the push up towards Fountain. Yeah. It's pieced together all around the site itself. There's some damage underneath, but it's the Quick follow through. Fight in there, flawless! ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just everything that you said, everything I've shouted about, put to paramount picture, and it's what a movie.
Yeah, everything controlled there. Exactly what they're doing. Everyone on the same wavelength. I like the addition of playing the buck downstairs, knowing that, hey, they're probably going to try and play some form of denial. Yeah, just everything working for them. That is a round that you look at and you just feel really what can go wrong for Panahone at the moment. You know, their defense was obviously a great half of 5-1, and then to see that attack, you just think, okay, that's it now. That's the 6th round. Are we really going to sit here and think that Project Zero is going to pull 5 back now? I mean, that almost feels like the killing blow, even though that Project Zero technically are still alive.
Oh, at this point, you just sort of start eyeing up the second map, and
10 seconds left.
I guess you try and piece things together, right? We can only really talk about expectations of these teams, how they'll throw themselves in, because this is, in sort of some respect, a big first-time test. Yeah, they had obviously the international engagement at the Sport International Tourney not too long ago. But then this, on a stage like this, it's a different vibe. It's a different feel. It's you know, it's a very different energy, and it's something that this Project Zero just haven't been able to get themselves in on. They're looking at, obviously, to be fair, of any map that follows from border, a slower map is to follow through, which might work in their favor a bit to just bring the pace down a bit. Just get themselves and force themselves to have to operate more on these fundamental base ideas. As the Blitz tries to clear its way through, they've slipped some of the danger pass.
I mean, Flexi should be calling this. I mean, straight away, if you see a Blitz coming through customs, it's going to be direct. They're not going to be interested in fighting the rumors upstairs. Though this is now where I think Project Zero have to try and react. And look at this drop from Quick. Straight down the middle. I mean, that is risky. He's going to be challenging on the customs. But the issue is, you don't have to worry about customs, but just somebody walking in for the main door. He's going to have Flexi right beside him, but this is tense at the moment. And Panahone, they can maybe get a drone in and figure out that, hey, there's 2 players just sat on metal. That could be good for them. Robbie taking a tumble outside. He gets picked off, and no, Quick has missed his opportunity.
Oh, well, now at this point, a 4 versus 3, and you can just feel the birds circling. They have themselves the eyes on towards the site itself. They're, again, not overextending their control, but they do miss that moment. Oh, and Lambe, though,
right.
Quick to get the trade, and they get the catch on the player going for the loopy risk behind. Upor versus the world. Does get the take on the hop over from the shield, but there is that trade game. There is that beautiful synergy. There is Border, and there's Finland taking map 1.
I think their trade game has just won them that map, no doubt about it. Really good trades. They never allowed, really apart from the first round, they never allowed Project Zero to rank up a lot of kills. You know, they were always keeping it, you know, even as close to even as what they possibly could. I also feel as though Project Zero, like I mentioned, we're getting the first pick, and Panahone were still fighting back and winning those rounds. So I think it's a credit to them. I think they've stuck in there. That obviously the trade game's working, the kills are working. Project Zero need to give their heads a bit of a rattle.
Well, it's time to have that rattle during our break before we're back with the depth.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
A great start here for Panahone in the Tier 2 finals on what wasn't even their own map pick, and then to 7-1 the team they're playing against, Project Zero. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, Flexi said to me that they were going to win one round, and that's exactly what they did. They won the very first round from Project Zero and then didn't win a round after that. Panahone were excellent. I thought the key highlight for me was their team play. You know, across the entire game that we saw there was a few situations where they were managing out. They managed to get the clutches as well. But when they got onto their attack specifically, their team play, their trade game, they were not giving Project Zero a chance to get into the round, because every time Project Zero were getting a kill, within 2 seconds, that player was dead. And they just had absolutely no control over the round.
Yeah, and another thing that Flexi said was that they had a 15% attacker win rate, and I think we saw that. When they started the attack, it was the weak side for us. And clearly, because there was a trade every single time they were getting a kill on the other side. And so it's the truth. Siege is a team-based game. If you have a great cohesion, if you play off of each other, if you hype each other and trust each other, you're going to win. Whatever the skills that you have. It doesn't matter. Whatever the experience that you like, it doesn't matter. If you play as a team, you're going to work and you're going to win. And it's exactly why Panahone here, they play well on border. They play as one unit.
Yeah, and that makes sense as well that it happens in the attack, right? Because that's where you're in the driver's seat. You have to make those decisions together. You have to work as a team, and that's the big contrast, I think, that we're seeing between these two teams here in this first map, though. A 7-1 is also a big sign towards the enemy team, especially if it was on their map pick. We're talking about the things that are on the line. We want to see these teams make it to the SI LCQ advanced stage, where they play against the teams that didn't make it to SI based on the global standing. So you talk about a BDS, you talk about a Genji, Virtus Pro. There's a good chance of making it to a big international event through that. There's prize money on the line as well. So going into the second one, Nighthaven Labs, I just need to know, what is it that we have hope for, maybe on the side of Project Zero, that it can bounce back in this match?
Well, I think the first thing is they're not starting attack. They're starting on defense, right? It's the easiest side for us. If there is one side where you can bounce back and make things easier, trying to play off of each other better, try to react better to whatever is coming in front of you. As much as the Finns, they play well together, what they do is kind of predictable. And so you can try and fix that. You can try and problem solve that. You can trust that you've got the gunplay, and you've got the better gun skill, I guess, to win those gunfights. And so I think in general, this is what you're looking at. You start defense, you play off of each other, you start playing as a team, and then when comes attack, you've got that confidence back.
I think the bans and the operator picks are going to be very, very vital as well. When the map bans, when the map vetoes have been done, both me and Leo were there, we watched it. When Nighthaven got picked, the Project Zero guys said, right, we're getting ready to play against Glaz and Ying.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to have to expect and play around a Warden ban. And I think for the Project Zero guys, it's about playing behind overpowered utility, realistically. Get the army playing, play some Clash, try and zone control, and really force Panahone to clear them, because they know that they've got skill. But they're currently not playing well as a team, so they need to use the utility and the defense side to their advantage, at least in the first half. When they get onto their attack, they've just got to find a way.
And then talking about these two teams and the stats that they might have, especially for the viewers that are not so familiar with the Tier 2 scene, in regards of Nighthaven Labs and stats that they've maybe shown us on this map so far, what are we expecting from both these teams?
Yeah, so for Project Zero, it's not a map they play an awful lot. They do tend to ban it. However, when they have played it, they do actually have a winning record on it, so that is good for them. For Panahone, they play it a lot, but it's a little bit more 50-50.
Yeah, I think, and if you look at the last time that you saw Project Zero play it as well, it was during the Spoit Contender Series, where they lost it to the Freaky Frogs, the Americans as well, which is a bad souvenir for all of the European fans. Yeah. However, I will say this was a really strong Tier 2 team of NA, and it was only 7-5. It was really close. So there is hope for Project Zero, right? What needs to kick right now is some kind of confidence, because if you lose 7-1 on your map pick, it is a bold statement.
The one thing I will say is they've got to be looking to the experience on the team to bring them through it, right? You know, when you're in this situation, when you're in a final, you've lost your map pick, everything is up against it now. You have to effectively get 2 maps in a row, including your opponent's map pick. You look to your experience. You look to the Grubbies that has been at the 6th Invitational. He's been on the biggest stages doing it. You look to Upo, who's been in Tier 1. All of that experience has to come together, and then to be able to find a way, because sometimes you kind of just got to throw the book out of the window.
Yeah, there's pressure on their shoulders with that, though, and they have to make sure they bounce back in here if they want to make sure they keep that spot in the SI LCQ advanced state. A lot on the line, as we said, but the second map is ready, so we'll send it back to our casters.
Round 2 begins, buddy, and we are still in this one. I haven't heard no bell. Oh, neither has. Most of the fans pretty split after what was a very, very strong opening map there from Panahone. Project Zero, though, they always still have potential, Demo.
Yeah, and they need to show it, because they didn't do that on border. It was a display that lacked any real cohesion. They need to try and work as a team here, especially on a map like Labs. I mean, if you want to try and attack border, that's one thing where you can get away with kind of little rushes and things like that. On Labs, you need to do your basics right. You need to be able to work through the map as a team. So that's all I want to see from Project Zero. It's just a bit of teamwork.
There's always the element as well about it where the map helps force that. I know they sort of said it on the desk there, or alluded to. They know what they're up against on this map. They know that they're going to have to be up against Glaz and Ying or whatever and play against that sort of style of play. But in the same sort of breath of conversation, you get a bit of safety in this map. You have a bit of width, you have a bit of space, you have a bit of oxygen you can breathe in. It's not border where you just, okay, round start, we're underwater, we're swimming. Double electrics, double hard breach ban. I mean, they've definitely opted for a play style here between the two teams. They know what they're up against.
Yeah, and also with the bans, you kind of think about the ranged hard breachers more than anything. It's different. It was just like, you know, a Thermite, for example, on an Ace. But the fact that you went for the Habana and the Ace, it's going to make things a little bit more difficult for Thermite, especially if teams are going to go down the avenue of using these mirror windows to actually impact Trick, which, as we can see, that is going to be the case. They're going to use both of the mirror windows on both of the exterior walls over towards connector and, of course, on that main IT breach. Whenever the Thermite comes over, that mirror window gets popped, he's going to be really scared to place his Thermite charge on it. And then also, if he does successfully get the Thermite charge deployed onto it, it can just be impacted off. However, they haven't done that. What's the point?
You know, who needs it? you say these words.
If we're not going to use it, why?
I like your fancy words, Magic Man. Look at what else I've done.
Swapping mags.
Walls open and a Clash has made their statement known that they're going to be here. The fact that Project Zero get to start, I think, on their defense is going to be a good mental boon, if anything, because of, yeah, they were on their defense before and that's how the map ended, but let's be real, gang, we weren't there for very long. And their attacks, I think if they got back into the situation, you've still almost got that momentum from that first half of the previous game where the teamwork again was so strong. This is going to stress that element from the side of Panahoene. They'll start with trying to get some control here on towards the rafters. Walkway does catch the ender quick. There was almost a moment, I think, where they thought they'd run out of bullets. There's at least a trade back. Flexi gets Halver. I think that might have been, yep, on towards Fish, top blue. The Clash is just pinched out. They got themselves stuck. The Monty's making friends on a tight doorway as Grubby does get a second. It's a spray through, back and forth. Here again, it's these weird positions. They're losing people, but the rotate around. Flexer on the flank. And now, just the two court players. And Grubby was the one on the flank. It was the smoke of Flexer that got the kill on the end of it. Waiting for the swing round. They're trapped in an engagement. They know where it's coming from. The C4 won't get anybody, but at this point, what do? They've got the kit back up. They've got a minute. They're trying to find a fight at the door, but they can't. There's one. There's two! Suddenly it's become a 1 versus 1. Out of nothing, they have built something. But the problem is, they know where the kit is. They know they don't have it. They've got it recollected. And there'll be some sort of intel here. You can see either side. They're well aware of each other. Are they just going to go for the fight? They are. They're going to lean in. He's gone to his second read. It's a pre-fire! How has that happened, Demo? Well, a big part is the brilliance of Nifsu. But at the same engagement, it was a 2 versus 3, and they had him dead to rights.
Oh, what a trip up. That is Project Zero running full pelt, and Nifsu's just put his leg out. Wow. Yeah, lot to unpack. The idea obviously was a bit of a split take. Put pressure over towards garage while having your main bulk of your force coming in through connector and in through electrical. And I thought Project Zero did really well to pull it back and fight. I think the issue there was probably Grubby. You know, Grubby, you could see the intention was he was coming over to assist the man inside a connector. He was coming over to assist Flexi. The issue is the angle that Grubby has swung onto is basically the same angle that Flexi's holding anyway. So that means as Nipsey comes around the corner to engage onto Flexi, he's already lined up onto Grubby because Grubby is in the same line of sight of him. So it's really easy for him to transition from one kill to another. Grubby should just let him die there. Just play your 1v2 at that stage.
Ooh, I just kind of wanted to let that moment happen there. I was just like, whoa!
Hard breaching.
But no easy catch, and let's see if there can be a bit of growth from this. Also, I know it's Flexi, but the fact he's written Flexosaurce, it just makes me want to say that instead. People who change their names on their first appearance on an international stage. Good for branding, goodbye inside the site. And they're able to get themselves off to a very strong start. Is there going to be a response? They don't really know where the next bit of pressure is, but that's a good move. Take the two above. Okay, now you have the man advantage, but you don't have the sight. They're inside. They're trying to find a way out the door. There's a spray through the soft. There's a bit of destruction, and they're able to find one on the swing of it. There's the trade back. Quick gets the response. Upor gets it, and it leaves just a single Finnish player out the door. It's a long watch. Are they just going to stick it? Can he get into a situation? No! They played that pretty well on the retake. Made sure they cleared what they could, and then operated the site.
Yeah, the important thing was they were able to kill the two players who went above. And I think whenever we've seen that kind of flip into the 3 versus 4 in advantage of Project Zero, there's not a whole lot that I think Panahone had. And that's one thing I think whenever Panahone have obviously went for a quick opportunity spot where they've kind of noticed, okay, they have a lot of roamers. There's like one guy on site. If we can get in and pick off the one guy in the bomb site, we can get a free plant. However, what did they really have, though, to hold on to this post plant? It wasn't a strong position for them. Yeah, they're stuck in the bomb site where there's still Goyos that the defenders can use to lock you off, and you can still use that for, you know, retake potential. You don't have the vertical upstairs because you lost the two players you set up there. Yeah, really difficult, I think, post plant there for Panahone, just because they didn't take an awful lot because it was a quick moment thing. So yeah, good for Project Zero being able to pick off those two players above. I mean, that's the main thing to take away from that.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, they have a response and they have a round, and importantly, at the end of that, they have a bit of energy. It's sort of strange to say, but for the first time today since we saw Flexi dance after round 1 on the pros map, it's the only time they've looked like they're invested, they're involved, they're ready to come into this, and it came off the back of obviously digging themselves back in, getting themselves the response. But where do we go from here? A mirror trick. Doesn't quite get the full steal, the follow through. Will it get it? It does, though. Can they get the kill off the back of it? Can they get something for it? Groovy is well prepared. Skeptic's here to offer him a way out. Oh, and that is a very nice bit of teamwork. He just missed his toe, and they'll be beating himself up about that.
Yeah, good reaction there from Project Zero. Good from Skeptic to come over and assist his team. And whenever you have that shield, it's all about rotating and helping out where you can. But I think the main thing for the Clash this round is going to be just keeping a check on that Monty. You know, if the Clash can shut down that shield, and it will just kind of disable it. I think the main pushing power that Panahone have is going to be with that shield. Of course it is. You know, shield just strong arms way into positions like electrical, for example. Typically a very kind of messy room a lot of the time that you have to dump a lot of util. Just the shield can walk in and take it, you know, pretty simply. So yeah, a lot of pressure on that Clash to make sure you can shut down that strong element of this attack for Panahone.
Well, with a minute 20 and everybody's still standing across both maps so far, this is probably the longest that we've had a situation like this. And the first goes into the favor of the defenders. Upor threads an angle. There's a flank that's coming around from underneath them as well in towards walkway. They're able to just miss out on the Clash. Oh no! Raston does get quick. Groovy gets one back though. Keeps that into their favor. They're about to find a fight on the door. No, they're not. They get blown up from underneath. There's that flank I talked about. Just putting in the long watch, and Well, a solo shield in there. It's a down on a single player, but knocked as they went through. That is, since the very first round, on the first map, the first time we've had Project Zero in the lead.
Yeah, and it's a very close round, though, whenever you think about where those kills could have went. You know, you think about that first engagement that we've seen against Upor. If Upor doesn't win that, then it kind of opens up the bomb site potentially. But he wins that engagement. Then we see the mishap with the clash. Imagine if that kill comes in. You know, just a lot of things there that just went away from Panahone. Project Zero,
these guys are just playing
again,
41s. I'm not going to lie to you. They're just playing fucking 41s. They're looking to box you guys, push you guys into the end positions. And then after they do that, there's 4 people coming. 1 person going for a flank. It's a 41. So when we get pushed into those end positions, it's all, as I said, it's telegraphed. Completely and utterly telegraphed. The first push you're going to call is the push you're going to end up with. So ELCs, 80-20s, right? How do we play together as a team? Right, okay, QC for this, I swing this, right? That's bang, right? But keep the gap calls up because that one person has always been linking in about. I have never seen them flip once.
It's so that's exactly what I'm about. Guys, listen, for these next rounds, right, we can't play for the walls anymore. The walls are fucked. They're going to open them. So we should keep running Clash, and we should keep putting the Clash in the middle of the wall. Remember how we play, guys. If they want to go direct on the opening IT wall, we don't play and winning by kill the IT, guys. It's fucking impossible, guys. Look.
So, we got the energy there. They just don't change what they're doing. They have the single approach, they go with that single approach, and then they make sure that that is the one that lands. And I guess we'll see if that's something they can try and piece together here on what is ostensibly the tertiary site. Yes, it's the 4th round that we've gotten, but if Project Zero get this, that's 3 in a row. Right, they've done their entire rotation. They've done all the selection of maps that they could possibly want. And you can see, I mean, there's almost an element, I'm surprised they didn't ban out the Clash.
I think from a standpoint of Panahone, whenever they're trying to play this direct style of siege, you know, the mirror windows have been troublesome to try and get these breaches open. And I think that's maybe the angle they're attacking with that, is to remove that operator so you can open up those walls, you know, a lot better. So yeah, I think it does make sense from that path. I get what you mean with the Clash. Yes, it's been causing them issues, but you know, I think the Clash, there is ways to work around. I mean, it's down to your own, you know, lineup in terms of what you can bring. You know, for the mirror window, there's not much I feel you can do about that. Whereas with a Clash, multiple operators you can bring in to assist.
Well, they get themselves an unpressured breach on the top of IT, and they move on to wherever else they need to be. And as we heard on the comments there, they think that once they've sort of locked themselves in a direction, only a single player goes for the flip and goes for the swap of the angle. So their first push seems to be telegraphed as one here across the back, eyes towards vending and the verticality, see if they can force out anyone on kitchen. They're going to have the fight on this verticality and launch the Clash with a bit of support. The Deimos getting the control and the pressure here on towards the breach. Ooh, ships passing in the night in that situation. They almost found that fight, but instead they'll reveal. Oh, they've gone over to that side now, and you can see the Monty is the one that has flipped on towards the other side. They still haven't been able to catch anybody. Oh, the Monty is almost caught out though, getting the angle, getting the aggression in and off to the races. The Clash is entirely encircled now though, but Upor is able to find a kill, drift away, and find themselves a bit of safety. There goes the Deimos, there goes that intro, there goes the second as well as the Capitao is caught out. Now, when it comes to the actual execute itself, you're thinking, okay, well, what do they have? They've obviously got the Monty, they can try and drive the shield in, but in terms of, you know, that Clash, in terms of the Zofia being needed to get rid of them, they've got no more frag grenades as well. They're just gonna have to see if they can find a pocket and make it work, but only a minute with the verticality all to do, Demo. I don't know if they got enough here.
Yeah, I think it was very smart from Project Zero. As soon as they were able to pick up the kills, immediately leave. You don't need to stay up here and play your life. You play the 3v5, give them verts if you want to. There's more than enough areas that they can fall back into and sit in. Again, play for that retake. Don't forget they have a Valkyrie. They have active information that will assist with that playstyle. Look at the position Grubby's in. Yeah, Perfect. In towards kitchen. Make it difficult where if they want to try and kill you, again, they're going to have to waste a lot more time to do so. And he's still, I would say, fairly close enough to the bomb site to still make an impact in that retake. So, yeah, Project Zero just has to play with the information that they have. And Panahone, with only 15 seconds left, yeah, just not going to happen for them.
There it is, U4 getting aggressive, looking up towards the top of the walkway. They find one, the monster's just gonna have to try and hop in and oh. We'll jot that down as a workplace hazard. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't have thrown the round, but
we don't see that every day, do we?
This is like a Lord Farquaad moment. Some of you may die.
Yeah.
3 in a row?
Wow.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think it's a good, stable way of Siege that they're playing Project Zero. I think they are aware that Panahone are just constantly going for these direct takes. The Clash is great for that active information. Yeah, being able to move around the map, call out, you know, to whoever it is, okay, they're here, they're there, they're everywhere, and then they can formulate a plan off the back of that. They're obviously playing in for the retake. I think that's also pretty obvious. I don't think they're ever a massive issue to give up parts of the map if they need to. I think they can rely on the information that they still have. Yeah, I think it's a really good way of countering the Panahone. Just almost feels like a long ball. You know, just long ball throw-ins, corner kick, set piece merchants. That's what it feels like here for Panahone. It's just straight to the point.
At this point, obviously, you know, as we said, this is going to be the time that does work in towards their favor of fixing the mistakes that they seem to suffer on the first map. It has entirely righted that round, but then you get to the other side of it and you'll think, okay, well, when we get to Panahone's defense, they will have a bit of groundswell. Are they looking here for the 4-2? They've got to find a way to break through, right? They've got to find a way to just flip that balance. I think if they really want to have that confidence, but they've been kind of pushed to a side. You're looking at the star players of the previous map. You're looking at Lambe. You're looking at, obviously, one of them was a big clutch round. It could be 4-0 right now. Right, you could be staring down the barrel of what is currently a flawless bit of control. And all of it is just going to build that energy, build that momentum into the surge of Project Zero. They've got themselves a Blackbeard, a bit of a swift clear here over the top. But at this point, no confrontation has been met.
Looks to be the top floor clear. So getting in and around IT, using the RAM to clear away these roamers. Flex, I believe, has jumped out the vending window and picked off a player on the storage window. I mean, fair play to Flex, that is an opportunity and a half, and able to pick off the Sophia, who, again, would have been great for that kind of execute, using the stuns, using the impacts, wherever you need them. Still, though, there's pressure with the verticality that the RAM can produce, though. I mean, this is gonna make things a little bit difficult for Project Zero to find any safe space inside of the bomb site. I'll say they'll probably try and go for a retake at some point. They'll maybe try and utilize the staircases that they have. I mean, look at Quick. He's in an aggressive position in vending, wanting to challenge on. And oh, look at this from Quick with a minute left. He decides to go out on a roam.
I mean, they have the man advantage, why not? Worst case, you get caught, but you'll draw attention, you'll draw focus, and you'll draw some other positions. Here, they're going to throw themselves in. We talked about their retake possibilities and how they've made things work before, but they're still building above the hatches. They're still looking down in towards the side, in towards where they can try and get a plant situated. Maybe, you know, angle themselves on towards assembly and get some focus on that swing. It's just pushing them further and further back. They've
got the smoke.
Dropped in. Yeah, they've been able to get the smoke. They're in towards Animus, eyeing up tank where they made the plant before. They haven't quite been able to get the full hop in, because as soon as they do, they're worried they're just going to get caught from the side in the swing. You can see 3 bodies. The plant is being put in, tucked on the close corners, and the rotate has come through, and there's the first C4 connects. They're going to go for the second follow through. There's an easy pickup, and there's 10 seconds now, but it's just back and forth. There's only one player left. Finds one, but he can't get himself towards the kit in time. That's 4-1.
Yeah, Quick made that round. I think Quick done a very clever thing with a minute left. He goes out in the room. And with Quick, running off the other side of the map. What that does now is it puts Panahone in a very tricky position because they have two trains of thoughts. It's either one, they go and they hunt him, and that could take a lot of time, which they simply did not have. Or two, they ignore him, and he comes back to bite them in the latter half. Either way, I think it's a lose-lose no matter which way you pitch it. If you think about how that plant traditionally goes, you'll have one player naturally going to go for the plant. You'll have another player beside him inside of Animus, holding the crosses, you know, just a gun beside him, right? Then you'll have the other two players upstairs on the verts. With Quick being above, the two players in the verts can't do their job. They can't sit there and hold those different angles. They're so focused on having to keep themselves alive because there's a roamer breathing down their necks. And then because of that, there's no coverage for that Ash as they try and go in for the replant. That's the difference there.
Reinforcing wall!
Project Zero done a great job again at that retake. They're not panicking at all. They're very calm and collective in what they want to do whenever it comes to Panahone wanting to go in and go for the plant.
Now, with how things have been such a struggle on this half, as I said before, and I don't want to be the one that's going to hit this sort of death bell every time and go, pay attention. This could be a 5-0. This should be, by all regards, a 5-0. And you wonder, you know, what is sort of going on into the headspace of the team that was in such a driver's seat. There goes the Nomad. You're now looking at that clash as becoming even stronger. And you said at the time when I said, you know, could they have gone for this? It's caused them problems just consistently. Won't stop causing them problems. And now they have even less to try and stop it out. The Monty's about to make a friend with the Jaeger and force him further away. But what is he doing? Oh. Didn't have the team, didn't have the support, didn't have the friends. And now, well, at least they're joining him in the afterlife. It's just fallen away on this map.
Well, could be a map 3 the way things are going, because Panahone just cannot get the grips with anything they're doing right now. They're trying to play with the shields. The shield has had no impact. Yeah, I've never seen a shield do less than what I've seen in this game. Like, really, what point have we seen where we sat, wow, the Monty has done a great job there? That has not happened. Why play if it's not working? And how many times have they tried playing the Monty? At least 4 or 5 rounds?
Yep. Yeah, they try to utilize it as, I'm not going to say a panic Monty because they went on it quite earlier, but they tried to use it as a strong arm in towards the site, but it was just paid no respect by Project Zero. They weren't scared about flanking into it. They weren't scared about using utility to pressure it out. They weren't scared about confronting the Monty. And at that situation, you just sort of go, okay, well, you know, it's not quite having this fix. There goes the 2 aforementioned shield. The Clash gone as well, which is just a consistent problem. But at this point, you know, it's such a mentality swing as well, right? It's 5-1 down. We're in an exact mirror of the previous game where it was a sort of first round, and then since then, everything else has gone the other team's way. I'm fully with you in that I can see us quickly getting to a map 3. It's down, really, towards the Finnish team to try to rally behind what has otherwise been stripped entirely away from them here. Now, they do get the benefits of their defense. They get the benefits of always knowing that you can try and do exactly what's been done before, and it's something that you've been able to have. But at this point, with the energy that's gone on with Upor 11-2 as well, definitely found their form.
10 seconds left.
It's a quick series already, hasn't it? I mean, the way that this is going, your Project Zero 5-1 up, same way that Panahone were 5-1 up on Border. Yep. It's, you know, map 3 could be here very, very shortly in its consulate, and that'll be one heck of a grudge match as well, because both teams love the map, you know, and it'll be great just to see who's the better team and essentially what becomes the best of one. But still, there's 2 rounds that separate Project Zero before they get onto consulate. And maybe this could be the first one of 2. Wall opened up straight away, no issues at all. It's also Panahone. We're going to do the same strategy as what Project Zero had went for, where they use the mirror windows to make things a little more difficult for that Thermite. So no issues at all for Skeptic.
Everything metal.
No, but a hub. That's it.
Yeah. It'll buy them some time, but you know, that's it really at this point. They're forcing out the pressure. It does pop off. Gives them some stretch and gives them the angles through on towards IT. Trying to recollect his frozen drone. He's under a bit of pressure, so he probably needs to focus on that first. Just misses that first engagement as well. As the swing round on towards the electric box, but now with themselves close and knocking on the door of the hard wall of the site itself, this first engagement might be the drive of how the rest of this goes. You can see that the mirror is ready to try and trick the other side. That's too low. Oh, will this get all of them? I don't know. He's trying to find the position, but I don't think it's possible.
No, he placed the other mirror window too far over to the left. That's the issue.
Yeah. Well, they're buying themselves time here, Demo, but will this be enough when they come to the final push?
Yeah, look at the other mirror window, the way it's been placed. They've reinforced up the garage wall, which is typically left as a kind of rotation. And then they've placed the mirror window to completely deny anyone walking in for electrical. So it's actually not a bad position, I feel, for Panahone to be in. And Uport has just used the last of his Habana pellets, and I don't think that is on the mirror window. Probably doesn't have any ash charges. That mirror window is going to be up, and that's going to be the issue for them.
I like how Grubby was like blind, but he still went for it. Rastin gets skeptic, and now with those two bodies gone, they've definitely got all of the people on the back end. He's still trying to find himself in towards the fight here, just free fighting against the Keepers, but as soon as he enters, he's under danger. There's, a swing round. They do get one, but 30 seconds now, and they've got some pressure on towards IT. The Keepers are making it impossible. They just try to brute force themselves in towards the site itself. Flexi's drawing a C4. And that doesn't bode well for his health. Rastin has the crossfire and did enough to waste enough time that as soon as they got those two players trying to get any width towards the approach, it was very easy to shut down the rest of it. They know where you are, and they know you can't come any further in. 5-2.
Yeah, the util just too strong. Panahone under really no stress at all. I think fairly easy for them to sit back behind a mirror window. I think we've all been there and how easy it can be just to play behind one of them. Obviously for Project Zero, I think it's a case of they cannot wait until that Thermite gets free breaching charges. I think that's the one thing they're missed out on, because that breach with the Habana, what a mess. They could not get through the connector wall. So they just had to funnel in through electrical, and that's exactly where Panahone wanted them to be. Of course, with that mirror window. But yeah, bit of a messy one there from Project Zero. So Panahone, there's one. Still a long way to go yet, but starts to start.
Well, I think that's the thing about it being that site as well, is you kind of know what the approach is going to be. You know how you can slow it down. They had the turp and they made sure that they could make it work fine. But here, where there's a few more options for Project Zero to find a sort of sneaky way in, a bit of an approach, they're not doing anything too sneaky. But they're doing stuff that can get them cleared. Look at all that soft demo. They're not going to be wasting any time on those top two floors. Their goal, their mission, get in, get the rams down, get everything opened up. Okay, now they can't hide anywhere in the site, and we're forcing these engagements. It's just a matter of pressing on the time. Nobody home, but well, they were hoping.
Yeah, big extension though from Panahone. Only the one guy in the bomb site, everyone else is either in towards the mid floor or even Lambe, who's all the way upstairs inside of the meeting room hallway. Just have to keep an eye on these roamers. That's what Project Zero need to try and lock down. And yes, you know, plenty of soft destruction. However, maybe a Deimos would have been an idea here. Maybe it's a little bit overkill, because they may struggle with kind of pinpointing where these roamers could be. You know, there's Lion, there's Dokkaebi, there's Deimos, like I mentioned. They're all on board that are great at dealing with this roam game. So they're really just going to have to fly off their drone information and just gun skills. So, and I think whenever you play that way, it's up in the air, isn't it? It's a 50-50 going to a gunfight, you know.
I mean, we saw it on the first map. That was what they tried to do. That was all they really tried to do. And they did bring some things to track the roamers, but then they relied more on their gun skill, and it didn't quite work here. So you know, there's elements of success, elements of failure. They have the momentum of the game in their hand, but think about if 2 rounds, 3 rounds go into the favor of the Finns. Suddenly you've got this game so much tighter and closer together, and you have the pressures. Lambe gets just a free pick, and there's that check. Does he know? No, he doesn't. And Quick gets the pull right back, but Rastin levels things up. Rastin then gets caught. It is just engagement after engagement here. Project Zero come out slightly better for wear, and the time itself, you know, I'm not sure how much more they feel they'll need to have to check, or if they're just going to try and angle themselves down towards cargo stairs and they're pulling the control here on towards the back, but they don't have the hard breach to open themselves up the angles on the hatch, and that's the problem.
It is. It means that Animus is going to be a no-go for them. It has to be cargo. That's where they're going to try and flood in from, but look at Nisu, look at the pause he's in. This is going to be an absolute freebie, and it will be. Not checking the basic stuff. Exactly the same as Border. Project Zero falling into the same trap.
Ooh, it's such a scrappy engagement, but the cover comes through. They've driven themselves in towards the site, though they weren't aware. 30 seconds. Now, 1 versus 1 with the pressure of the plant. Flexi has the kit. Doesn't have anything else to work with other than the calls of his teammates. He's going to tuck in close, try and bait the player. I mean, surely he doesn't stick it. Oh, maybe he will. Sticks it now. A post plant on the other side. The soft does a scrap of damage. Doesn't truly know. And you can see that there's the pings. The man's on the mirror. He has his own flood of intel. Ring around the violent rosies. On the other side of a soft wall, you could cut the tension with a knife. There's the swing of the pre-fire. A sigh of relief. But I mean, you talk about narrow margins in these games, Demo.
Have they got their monitors on? It was like blind leading the blind. Oh, messy again, but hey, Panahone hanging in there. Look, the issue again, same as Border. There was a decent amount of time I felt as well. There was probably a minute whenever they started barreling towards cargo. Why are they not taking just that little bit of extra time to think about what they're doing? You know, at this stage here, surely it's obvious that somebody's going to be holding that cross. Is it not obvious? That's the first thing you'd be worried about if you're pushing cargo. Is somebody holding from the corridor? And they just walked in. They didn't even care about it. But again, look, it comes back to not having the hard breach, like you mentioned. They couldn't open up Animus. They couldn't have another option into the bomb site, which obviously would have killed that round dead to rights. And if you have that hatch, drop it into the bomb site, yeah, would have been fantastic for them. But they lost that player whenever they were dealing with the roamers. Because again, it comes back to struggling with that roam game. Yes, they may have came out, I think, pretty well in the engagements, because obviously it was 3-2 at the time that the roamers fell back. However, you're still losing 2 men. You're still losing a lot of util. That's the thing about defenders versus attackers. 9 times out of 10, defenders, and just the way obviously defenders work, their equipment will be placed. Yeah, they can go and dine out. At least they use their util. With attackers, it's a different case. They're going to have to use it at some point. It's not always a guarantee that they're going to get the opportunity.
At this point as well, with the 4 C4s, the eyes of the pulse and the Valk, you kind of get the idea of what they want to do here. But it will start with the castle wasting time on the top floor, try and pull them away with these bandit batteries and make sure that they have a lot of work to do here. They're making sure that there isn't a quick jump in and attempt on the plant. They'll say, look, they're here, they're around, they haven't gone for it yet, but with that solid, they're not going to be able to get the C4 to the range that they want it to. Rastin does get Flexi though, with the hop out. There was that pulse-led intel, there was that catch, and oh, there goes your IQs, as suddenly those cams, they're going to be so much deadlier, and the pulse as well, just buzzing away. Down below, getting the read of all of this. Quick wants to try and just slip his way in towards the site, finds a castle, and Groovy now has the shoulder of support, so instead, eye up the A site. See if they can just drift in towards that control room and take control of the round itself, but otherwise they're still making their attentions known. The C4 will be a run and a route round, but they're sort of met by a cascade of bullets. However, the pressure opens its way back up. So now they need to operate in this warehouse. They need to engage with the round itself because they know they're being watched. UPOR is up to IT. It's a response to a response to a response. Do they know? They do. There's the ping and there's the catch on towards Nifsu. We're about to probably have ourselves the 4 versus 3. No! Lambe! Somehow tears the head up, but Quick and Scantic makes sure they do quick work at the site itself. The pulse, too little, too late, gets the wrong man, and it's a post plant. In a 1 versus 3. Just enough distraction and operation. They made sure, even though things went a little bit awry elsewhere, they still had eyes on the site and the prize. And now, with this, they should pretty calmly be able to get themselves on towards map point. And there's Quick getting the pull round.
I genuinely think that the castle barricades have actually kind of messed up Panahone there, especially that castle barricade on the double door into cargo. I think that's an issue. You look at the confidence that Project Zero had. They looked at Garage and said, "Oh, they've castled off one of the main doors that somebody always has to try and watch." And then they just simply walk in the site because of that, because they know they don't have to worry about a flank angle. That's a weird castle barricade, I think, to have. I think it's okay if you're maybe going for like a roam game on a basement, because obviously you just want to try and deny as much time and different things like that all the time. But whenever that's your actual bomb site, that corridor is massive for flanks. We see it happen all the time. And to see them just give it up and essentially say, take Garage, it's a bit of a surprise for me. So yeah, just I think the initial setup there from Panahone coming in to work against them. And yeah, Project Zero, they've now put the pressure on with that one round. Panahone, no. 3 perfect rounds, please. That's what we need.
Has to be. And that's that sort of, you know, as you said, the stressy point right now of this. You've got a need for perfection. You've got 2 players that are positive, and the other 3 are unfortunately quite adrift from being that way. It's just sort of shows how the strong arming of this game has gone, right? It's 3 rounds, but I think at least 2 of them have been clutches. At this point, are they hanging on by the thread, or are they capable of that little bit more, that little bit extra? Now, Project Zero just have to get 1 more round to stick, and it can be on the site that they've just made it happen on before. But they'll probably want to get themselves on towards the 3rd map sooner rather than later. And it's going to be the Buck. Quickly in and off to the races. Now they don't have anybody immediately on the flank, but there is someone underneath. How aware are they of Lambe? Was able to pull off a surprise strike even when they knew Lambe existed in the position, but Flexi is watching elsewhere. Gonna set himself flank drone so someone else can pay attention to it and keep pushing on, but the engagement all comes out with a bit of a blind and surprise. Lambe, I mean, both helped and hindered, I think, by the fire extinguisher.
How well, he's still alive. It's the main thing, so he can still redeploy those keeper barriers. He has one in the pocket. Second one's coming up shortly too. Just the probing stage for Project Zero. Just figuring out, okay, what do we want to do here? What are we seeing from the defenders? I like this though. I like the butt coming in from below. It just adds another element to this attack. It's something that the defenders need to worry about. Hey, there's a guy downstairs constantly ripping us from down below, but now that's gone. Flexi loses that engagement. Down goes the Buck, who also would have been great if they were able to get that wall open, who could have rotated to actually deal with the position that we're seeing the mutant. You know, could go below, remove him, would have gave free access to the players from electrical into sight.
I mean, you can sort of see the step-by-step here if they forced Lambe out of there so they could get the buck in and do that, but then they just lose the buck, so they can just bandit trick the IT wall, and, you know, massive limitations, especially with the Maverick off the board. So now they can play with that, and he suffers a fair chunk of damage from toe shots on the door itself, and Panahone have just sort of set down the markers, right? They've set up the walls, there's the swing round, and there's an easy pickup from the fish stairs, there's the easy crossfire from the back, and they're just sort of removing them one at a time. This was never the side of contention, as Upor does at least get Lambe, and, well, there's 2 immediately back. Skeptic flying down, Skeptic shot down.
Good round from Panahone, top floor. Obviously working out really well for them. Yeah, just you lose that buck. The bandit able to get off successful bandit trick. And if we know this, Emma. If you don't get walls open on a map like Labs, you're not going to win Labs. and that is as basic as what we can make it.
Especially that site.
Yeah, especially the one where it really does come down to walls, because it's exterior walls, which, as we know, exterior, interior walls, outside, that's an area that the defenders cannot go. Well, they can go, but they'll be spotted if they do, and that's the difference. So yeah, having those exterior walls opened up, that's always the first initial thing we look for. And especially whenever you think about that bomb site, yes, you have the exterior walls, but the way that bomb site is designed, you have the exterior walls, and then you have another layer. It's like the double wall setup. You have the exterior into the interior walls, and how are you going to get the interior walls open if you can't even get the exterior walls open?
10 seconds remaining.
So they still obviously need to get things perfect, and well, we remember how close this one technically was, and the complaints we had was, well, they're not focusing on the objective, really. They're focusing on this gun game, they're focusing on the trade game, and it almost worked, but it didn't. What could have made life easier, Demo? Some heart breach, maybe some tracking as well. That was the two things that you and I said could be an aspect, and, well, they've got both this time. The Deimos to help with their clear, and then everything else to still. Instead of the triple soft breach, it's instead going to be this top floor sort of lockdown, this top floor gain. So obviously, you know, the site itself, it's an odd one. We come towards, what is this offsite? What is this position? They're taking the risk now on towards kitchen with the hope that when they go for this and they potentially pull it off, that they shake that surprise. They shake something out of Project Zero's approach, and then they can go to the basement afterwards. And there's the first kill that goes in towards their favor. Will they get the second as well? It's a Blackbeard in the 1 versus 2. Oh, the support comes around over the side of the shoulder. They've got the Keybers to buy themselves a route out there. Still very aggressively holding on. How's he done that? Close. It's a back and forth here with the Blackbeard. The track's on, but you know where he is? It's such a dangerous game. Such a dangerous game that he can't quite win out. Somebody support this man. What is going on? There it is, finally. But Reston gets the player back, has the kit, and Groovy's down outside the window. Oh my word, Uport, the Blackbeard was in the middle of all of that. What a thriller on the hallway, I've got to agree.
I just, the one way, whenever I see it around like that, and I haven't used this one in a while, what a Pavlova. That's the way I describe that kind of round. It's just, yeah. I was going to mention as well, even before all that happened, you think about the first player that died, it was Flexi on the Ram. So even if they were successful in that top floor clear, which obviously they weren't, how are they ever going to be able to attack on this bomb site? The one weakness that this bomb site has is the amount of vertical work that you can do from an attacker perspective. It means that the defenders cannot play in the site. But then you lose the Ram, and all of a sudden, areas like Kitchen and areas in behind the bomb chassis right now where we can see Rashton currently being tracked, how do you remove those players?
Well, that's a way of removing the approach. Okay. They get themselves within 1 round of OT, and OT's starting half. They'll probably be on their defense if I was to guess, and obviously at this point, the game has massively favored that side. So, this needs to be put to bed right now, but that risk, that gambit, that gamble opens up the site that they were able to make some success on before. As I said, the reason I think they went there first was to sort of hope that the bait of saying, no, we're downstairs, focus on that, and they didn't obviously go towards tank that time round. Yeah, I mean, look at it. You can see that they're trying to, the players around are trying to offer some support. Being held at bay. Oh, silly, slippy round.
I just hope we don't see it again. I can't take that again. Please no. I mean, Project Zero, they should be worried. Like, they've really let this game get away from them, from where they were. And it's the same woes again, I think, that they're having on the attacks. You know, it's that part where they just look a little bit lost if the initial game plan doesn't work out for them. You know, it doesn't feel as though anyone's kind of controlling that mid to late game stage of it. But Panahone, they're not easing up on the pressure, which I think is the right way to play it. Whenever you know that you have to, quote unquote, play perfect siege, instead of you playing perfect, why don't you try and make your opponent have a handful of mistakes to win the round that way? I think that's the avenue they're going down.
Let's see if they can try and get themselves this first body. If they get pushed to OT, Project Zero, I mean, you get a bit concerned, right? You get a bit worried from the position they're in. As you said, 5-1, 6-3. To OT, it's a journey. They're using the Blackbeard, they've got themselves directly in above. This is very quick. If they're confident for the fight, but there's the first Flexi, and they're just going to keep the pressure on. 2 shields, no muss, no fuss. In fact, the 2 shield lineup was what won them their sole attack on the first map, and they're going to see if they can get it followed through. They're able to just find enough corners for cover, and they get 1 out, they get 2, they get 3! Panahone, somehow amongst the madness, find magic! And now it's just a Ram and a Blitz left! They've obviously lost their tracks, their sting. They have 2 flashes and then 2 in the shield. And they're up against 2 smokes. You've got the hold here, you've got the setup. They've peeled themselves back, and you've also still got hard hatches. And hot breaching, not done. They're just going to have to see if they can try and send it. Instead of going down the cargo stairs this time, they might try and just tuck in on the inside of Animus. See if they can get the plant on that side as well, instead of sort of leaning in towards the dangers of the drop where cargo was a big problem. Not Animus, sorry, extra suit. Let's see if they can just tuck in just on the assembly door.
The issue is Quick can't cover all these angles. He has a choice. He either has to play the vertical and hold them as they try and cut across the bomb site, but then it leaves Flexi getting flanked from Exo, you know? So he's decided to go, okay, let's just play on his shoulder, and it's just up to Panahone to do, I think, a fairly simple retake, because Quick can no longer now cover players cutting across the site, and he can't cover anything. He's dead now.
I mean, just drove himself all the way across the site, and oh, what do you do? Where do you go? Can you believe it? Panahone, I mean, being able to rally, the amount of times that they have pulled these little plucky kills when under an avalanche of pressure. It's just, they came to play, man. They came to just throw down.
Look at Project Zero again. They do really well in the early game. They establish a foothold in the building. They get the first pick, and then it gets away from them again. And no trades. How is this happening to them so consistently? Somebody needs to grab that team and say, stop. That's the one thing. I don't think that they're slowing down enough. They have so much time to play with. They really, really do. I feel as though, do they think that the timer only gives them 2 minutes? It gives you 3 minutes, guys. Take that extra bit of time to talk about what you want to do. You've established the control inside a cargo, yeah? There were players who just wanted to rush into the bomb site. Wait. Just wait. You're bringing the Ram into your lineup for a reason. Use that operator. Play default. Use the Ram. Use the verticality. Then you start working your way into the bomb site. But they're just rushing things again. Players are just trying to do their own thing. And that's where the mistakes start to happen.
They now get to lead on their defense, right? And we've seen this site go so strongly into the favor of both defensive teams, but Panahone, their most recent demonstration, being able to pull off the bandit tricks whilst under pressure from the Buck instead. You know, we're getting the glass, we're getting the coverage of the smokes. We've got a lot of that with the Capitao as well.
Zof blow instead of the Buck.
It's almost like a safety first element, right?
Yeah.
They can keep themselves a bit further away with the Zof. They can make sure that the job can get done. And I think because of that, you can see Panahone just, oh, with the Tubber out, are they still going to be able to pull this off? Surely not. They're watching towards the fight itself. Groovy isn't directly watching the angle, though.
They could. They're gonna. No way. Surely not. You can't let this happen. Please don't.
Okay, well, it happened.
Oh dear.
One side, and IT might remain locked.
It's locked, that's it. And that's the last thermite charge used, unless they want to try and get tin openers over there. But it's not going to give you that same massive breach that you would like to have.
So at this point, I mean, you can see they're droning it. They're well aware of it. Is it something that they are fine to lose? The C4 won't quite get the catch out the window. Yeah, Jab will just get some of the cover and they can get themselves hopped in. He'll be the second follow-through, but it's still being tricked. The Bandit gets one side. They're trying to bounce the grenades around and over the top. They'll obviously get this angle tight, but now you've got the Warrior swing around the other side. They do get the header one. But nobody's currently in that position. However, you have to be scared of it. Glaz burying himself in some smoke is quick. Takes a sliver of damage elsewhere. Lambe gets a little bit cooked, and the keeper will buy some time, but there's Groovy gone. Neefsu aggressively with a shotgun on the door, looks for a second. Really wants to put the pieces in, but they've flooded the site, and there's two. Whoa. But however, at least Stems, they're inside though. They're going to see if they can try and get this kick confirmed. The Glaz doing their best for the cover. They're fighting their way back in. Both of them stuck on a bit of a sticky angle here. However many behind this pillar. There's the rip of the C4, gets the double. Just the sole player left, Upor. The man of the moment a lot. The keeper with a gun 6 will be that trade out. There's not more in the pockets though, and he has 2 smoke bolts. Not that there'll be a lot of usage. This rotate, the pings coming together. They're concerned about IT. There's the pull on the plant. They're watching for it. Either side accidentally gives this game away. There it is. They find the end, the sticking point, and push themselves up towards series point.
Oh. Panahone, they just find a way. And that is just such a demoralizer again for Project Zero. I mean, Flexi made the play. Obviously, that round was, in terms of basics, poor. It was a poor round for Project Zero. Not being able to open up IT breach. Also having the hard breach gadgets tricked on the connector wall as well. That's an issue. They've made a hole which is on the very left-hand side of the breach, which then you have to jump in, therefore you make an audible cue. You know, Flexi, credit to him, has to do something. Somebody needed to make a play there to get them into that bomb site, and he done so. But the fact that there's the C4 waiting, and the reason why that works is, again, the breach, you have to then vault your way back. It's not an open breach where you can just walk out while still keeping your gun up. Nobody in their right mind is probably going to leave that breach jumping through that hole, especially whenever they know they have no control on IT, because they didn't open that IT wall before. So you're going to expect that the player instead of IT is going to hold that cross to stop you getting through the breach. Therefore, it's, you know, like shooting fish in a barrel. They're going to be trapped in there. They can't go anywhere about it. So Panahone, looking at the mistakes that Project Zero have made, they just play to it. And Project Zero, like I said, poor round in terms of basics.
So they were quiet on their attacking half, Panahone. And it could have been a flawless half as well. It should have been by a lot if it wasn't for an exceptional clutch out. However, from that point, they've been able to rebuild themselves into what is the lead position, what is the chance at a series cinch. They might not get it this round. They have the option afterwards, but with the extra momentum, I'm curious to see what changes, right? The Flash will be the first point of focus, the first port of call. On towards jungle, on towards connector, on towards electric. They've slowly shepherded them further and further back. You can see they're still gagging for a fight here. They want to lean back in, Project Zero. Lambe is the first to suffer a bit of damage, holding on for the swing either side, and, you know, Keeper's wasting time in this position. We saw it used very well before. They've got IT, they've got these cross angles. Can they make something happen with them?
Again, fairly slow and steady for Panahone, but that's the way that they kind of attack. It is very direct. Oh, see if they can try and find the opening pick and in quick. Certainly not going to give him an easy time at trying to get in towards IT. Really going to have to make him work for it. And, well, Lambe will end up picking off quick, and Now, that's the first kill in the hands of Panahone. Puts the pressure on the Project Zero. This clash again has to have the value. There's the Nomad, but it's used all the air jabs. Not another flank, no way! Landmate finds another, but look at the trade game again for Panahone. That's what carried them through border. It's working for them again.
Well, there is the spray through, and there is the run through. A 2-0 from our Finns. Panahone, they came to dominate, and they have done so. What a strong showing. And you can see it obviously on the head. It's been a tough fight here for Project Zero for how this team has built up to this point. Today just was not their day, and full credit, obviously, they built it back up in the second map. They found a bit of their form, found a bit of their feet, but they just could not overcome the momentum that they had been able to build up. Panahone, they found their footing, they found their rhythm, they found their rhyme, and it led to a very impressive end there. Our T2 champions. I mean, what else can you say, Demo?
Oh, I mean, I just think overall they were ready today. You know, they came to play. I think the energy was better. All credit to them. They played the Bear Siege.
Yep, all credit to them, and well, we'll get credit ourselves. And please find out a little bit more with our winners interview.
We will definitely do our winners of the Tier 2 final, Panahone, and we're speaking with them. What a crazy game this was, a 2-0 victory. Congratulations, and what a comeback as well. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Went honestly better than expected. I thought it was going to be a 2-1, but it's, well, I suppose I should be happy.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you should be very happy with this. This is a big performance from you guys. Your team was saying we're here for the vibes. Now, what we are discussing in the studio with the analysts is that the teamwork just seemed to be on another level today in comparison to Project Zero. What do you feel like was a big win condition today?
I think it was just a lot of talking, trying to make sure that everybody was on the same page and such. Kind of basic stuff in the end, but it's really hard to pull off. And I think we did a pretty good job of that today.
That's awesome. I think you should be very proud of yourselves. I'll give you the beautiful trophy. We have the Tier 2 star and the X, of course, as well. And then once again, a big congratulations to our Tier 2 champions, Panahone!
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Mon pays Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
أهلا وسهلا بكم مرة أخرى. عدنا لكم لليوم الأخير للختام ومسك الختام. أنا اسمي منركس، حكون منضم لكم، وعلى يميني حيكون وياي فانسي. وصلنا للنهاية، وصلنا لآخر ماتش اب. شفنا بطل الستيج الأول، وشفنا بطل الستيج الثاني. شفنا الستيج الأول بالجروبس وبالبلاي أوفs، وشفنا الستيج الثاني بالجروبس وبالبلاي أوفs. بعدين شفنا اليوم الفاينلز ببدايتها، والآن وصلنا إلى نهايتها بعد ما شفنا تي 2 فاينلز قبل قليل. فانسي أهلا وسهلا بيك، شو رأيك باللي حنشوفه؟ وصلنا الأخير، خلاص احنا بالخطوة الأخيرة الآن.
آخر يوم معانا يا مركز، وخلاص دلوقتي اليوم النهائي والفرصة الأخيرة للفريقين. آخر فريقين معانا في آخر يوم دلوقتي، وآخر بيست 3 معانا يتواجهوا الفريقين لآخر مرة في السنة. قلت كم مرة آخر؟ كتير صح؟ عشان دي حرفيا خلاص المحطة الأخيرة. شفت المحطة بتاعت الأوفر تايم دي، بقى المحطة اللي بعدها دي المحطة الأخيرة في قطار الأوفر تايم. دي بقى آخر محطة خالص في السنة.
هاي لازم الكل ينزل، لازم وصلنا احنا للأخير. فانسي المحطة بالضبط مثل ما انت قلت، المحطة الأخيرة اللي الكل بيها لازم ينزل، وتبقى عندنا 2 باسنجرز فقط، 2 ركاب. واحدهم هو جي 2، وأمامهم بنفس القطار حيكون تيم فالكونز. فاجا اليوم وجت اللحظة راح نكتشف منو حيكون ويانا بطل اليمل لعام 2025. قبل شوية شفنا بانا هوني الفريق الفنلندي ينتصر بتير 2، لكن الآن حندخل بالجد، بالمباراة الأصعب، بالعملة الصعبة، خلينا نقول الجيم القادم. اليورو، الجيم القادم. ما هو بطل اليورو همينه، وبطل اليورو والشرق أوسط وشمال أفريقيا بالتأكيد. مزبوط. الآمال والأعين كلها على هذه المباراة اللي حتكون بست اوف 3. شفناها تعاد هواية مرات شفنا هذا البست اوف 3 بين تيم جي 2 وبين تيم فالكونز. شفناه البارحة انتهى بفوز تيم فالكونز، شفناه بميونخ انتهى بفوز تيم فالكونز، شفناه بالستيج 2 انتهى بفوز تيم فالكونز، شفناه في البست اوف 1 ايضا في الستيج 2 انتهى بفوز تيم فالكونز. لكن في بداية السنة بالستيج 1 قدروا ينتصرون تيم جي 2 على فالكونز في بست اوف 3، وقدروا ينتصرون عليهم في بست اوف 1. يعني اذا ننظر للهيد تو هيد فتفوق واضح وكبير لتيم فالكون، لكن ربما جي 2 فانسي يبحث عن الريفنج اليوم.
طبعا لازم يبحث عن الريفنج، لان اخر فرصة دلوقتي. ويعني ممكن كانت السنة بالنسبة لفريق جي 2 مش احسن حاجة، خصوصا بعد فوزه بستيج 1. يعني فاز ستيج 1 وبعدها راح للاي دبليو سي، خسر من فريق سيكريت في الاي دبليو سي فاينل، وبعدها في ستيج 2 كمان خسر من فريق فالكونز. كان على وشك ان هو ياخد الباك تو باك، و يعني الباك تو باك تشامبيون كان هيقدر يحققها، ولكن ما قدرش. وفي الاخر دلوقتي يعني دي الفرصة النهائية، تقدر تقول كده زي ما دايما بنقول التالتة ثابتة. دي اخر فرصة ليهم ان هم يثبتوا نفسهم، واخر فرصة ليهم ان هم يعني ياخدوا اللقب الاخير في السنة.
يعني شوف، حتى نكون دقيقين، هي ما راح تكون الثابتة، راح تكون الخامسة. خلينا نشوف اذا
اعتبرها لو احنا هنحسبها بالبطولات، يعني احنا هنحسبها بستيج 1 وستيج 2 وميونخ. ممكن ما نحسبش ميونخ.
ستيج 1 وستيج 2 اللي ما فاز البارحة
بالضبط. ما هو دي مع الاي ام ال فاينلز امبارحه، ده نفس اليوم، يعني نفس البطوله.
نفس البطوله
احنا في البطوله الثالثه.
اوكي، ممكن على مو انت تقول الثالثه ممكن تكون ثابته، انا اقول ممكن تكون الخامسه. خلينا نشوف شو اللي حيصير ويانا في هذا الجيم وفي هذه المباراه. فانسي الكثير والكثير من الامور نقدر نتكلم عنها بهذا المباراة. لذلك يعني خلينا نبدي ببعض التفاصيل. إذا نيجي ناخذ نظرة على الإحصائيات، أكو نوعين فلترين من الإحصائيات إحنا ممكن ناخذها بهذا الصدد. فلتر إذا ناخذ كل تيم واحدة، وثم إذا ناخذ التيمين بالهيد تو هيد. تكلمنا إحنا عن الهيد تو هيد وشفنا تفوق واضح لتيم فالكون، لكن إذا نتكلم على كل تيم واحدة من ناحية الون ريت، من ناحية الريكورد، من ناحية الماب بول اللي موجود عند تيمين، فأنا أقدر أقول لك مثلا تيم فالكون يمتلك أوفرول 64% مقابل تيم جي 2 اللي يمتلك 76%، وهذا فقط الأوفرلي. هذا الهيد تو هيد إذا نقارنه بآخر 4 مباريات قدامنا اللي هو بين فالكون وبين جي 2، راح نشوف أيضا تفوق فالكون. مثل ما قلنا آخر 4 مباريات فالكون منتصر متفوق بفارق كبير جدا على تيم جي 2. لكن التيم يعني النقطة اللي قاعد أحاول أوصلها إنه تيم جي 2 أفضل لما ناخذه وحده، لكن أسوأ لما يكون ضد فالكون. أكو مشكلة عنده لما يواجه تيم فالكونز، يعني ضد كل التيمات الثانية الركورد مالته أفضل من تيم فالكونز ضد كل التيمات الأخرى، لكن هالدول التيمين لما يواجهون ضد بعض تيم فالكونز عنده تفوق كبير جدا على هذا التيم. ربما يكون مرات العامل النفسي، ربما يكون عدم توافق بين الماب بولز اللي موجودة، لكن هاي مهمة يعرفوها فقط تيم فالكونز اللي موجودين قدامنا يا فانسي.
فعلا زي ما انت شايف لعيبه فالكون يعني الكوست بتاعهم كلهم تقريبا معديين ال 50%، ما عدا بس سولوتوف يعني حتى هو يعني 49%، والريتم بتاعهم كلهم ممتاز جدا، وادائهم لحد دلوقتي ممتاز. ممكن مشكله فالكونز دايما بتكون في النهائيات زي ما احنا عارفين، يعني انت واخد بالك خسروا كام نهائي لغايه دلوقتي؟ خسروا نهائيين ميجر، خسروا نهائي انفيتيشنال، خسروا السنه دي كمان نهائي الميجر، ف4 نهائيات على التوالي يخسروها. ولكن النقطه برضو اللي تحسب لهم هي ان مفيش فريق قدر بالطريقه دي يعني يوصل ل4 نهائيات على التوالي. يعني انت متخيل ان انت واصل للاعلى مستوى واعلى ليفل من في المنافسات، وداخل لحد الاخر انت وصلت، وكل مره ورا بعض. يعني انت متخيل الاثنين ميجرز اللي فاتوا ورا بعض، الانفيتيشن اللي فاتت 2025، الميجر بتاع السنه دي، ف4 بطولات ورا بعض وصل فيهم للنهائي، وده شيء يحسب لهم طبعا
بالتأكيد. لكن تبقى عقدة الفاينلز موجودة عند تيم فالكونز. احنا قاعد نواجه الآن انوماليز 2 موجودة، مشكلة فالكونز مع الفاينلز ومشكلة جي 2 مع فالكونز اللي روسترهم موجود قدامنا. طبعا نعرفهم وشفناهم كثيرا، بلاز، لورا، ألاما، ستومبن ودوكي. طبعا دائما احنا نسوي هايلايت على ستومبن ونسوي هايلايت على دوكي، لأن هم اللاعبين الاثنين اللي بتيم جي 2 قاعد يقدمون ومستمرين بتقديم بكل مباراة مهمة، خاصة مباريات اللي أمام فالكون. هم اللاعبين نشوفهم يعني واقعا يدفعون التيم إلى الراوندات المتقدمة، يدفعون التيم إلى إبقائه على قيد الحياة رغم كل الأمور والمشاكل اللي يصير عند تيم جي 2. لكن تبقى السؤال اللي حينطرح نفسه، أي لعنة راح تتفوق ويانا اليوم؟ عندك لعنة فالكونز بالفاينلز، نعم موجودة فاينلز اللانز على فكرة، إنه ما عندهم نفس المشكلة بفاينلز الأونلاين. فهو هذا أيضا اليوم عندنا يعتبر نعم هو EML فاينل مو ميجر، لكن يعتبر فاينل لان. عندك لعنة جي 2 أمام فالكونز اللي مستمرة في آخر 4 مباريات، السلسلة اللي يعني ربما راح يتم كسرها أو ربما ما يتم كسرها، لكن بالتأكيد أكو لعنة راح لازم تنكسر اليوم. يعني لو إذا فاز تيم فالكونز فهو يعني نخلص نقول أوكي خلاص تيم فالكونز حيقدر يفوز الآن فاينلز الآن، أو إذا فاز تيم جي 2 حنقدر نقول عنه أنه هو فعلا راح يقدر أنه هو يبدي ينتصر ويكسر السلسلة الخسارة اللي يمتلكها أمام تيم فالكونز. قدامنا مقارنة بين شايكو وبين ستومبن، طبعا الاثنين الستارز اللي موجودين بالتيم. يعني إذا نشوف شايكو متفوق ب3 عوامل، خاصة الانتري 10/3 بالانتري، وهو شيء كبير جدا يا فانسي. شايكو واحد من اللاعبين اللي بالمباريات الكبيرة فعلا تقدر تعتمد عليه بشكل كبير جدا.
فعلا شايكو من اللعيبة دايما اللي بتكون موجودة في المباريات الكبيرة، وبتكون حاضرة، وبتكون هي الشخصية البارزة بمعنى أصح. ودايما بنشوف الريتنج بتاعه. لو انت خدت بالك يا موركس، لو بصيت على الريتنج اللعيبة كلها بتاعت ستيج 1 هو كان أعلى ريتنج، حتى ولو فالكونز ساعتها ما كسبوش البطولة. الستيج 2 كان هو تاني أعلى ريتنج بعد جوم اللي برضو ساعتها يعني هم ما كسبوش البطولة. وفي نفس الوقت يعني دايما شايكو هو من أكتر اللعيبة اللي دايما بيبقى عليها العيون، خصوصا كرول انتري فراجر. الرول ده دايما هو اللي بيبقى عليه العين اكتر حاجه، لانه دايما هو ده اللي الناس بتهتم بيه او بتركز عليه اكتر حاجه، لان اللاعب اللي بيجيب عدد كيلات كتير، ودايما اللاعب اللي بيبقى عنده ميكانيكال سكيلز قويه اكتر من الجيم سكيلز او الجيم نوليدج هو اللي بيبان اكتر. وعشان كده شايكو وستومبن هم اكتر لعيبه بيبقوا بارزين. وبالحديث على ستومبن، يعني كون ان لاعب عنده خبرة قليلة زي كده، وخلي بالك ان دي يا دوبك اول سنة ليه كتير 1، ويا دوبك يعني هو ما كملش ايه، احنا هنعد لو هنعد البطولات التير 1 اللي هو لعبها هنعدها على ايد واحدة. ستيج 1 EWC، ستيج 2، ودلوقتي الEML فاينلز وميونخ. 5 بطولات بالعدد بالظبط هو اللي لعبها لغاية دلوقتي اسمه ستومبن. فيعني كون ان هو دلوقتي بالاداء دوت، وان يا دوبك ما كملش اكتر من 10 بطولات، ما كملش يا دوبك غير 5 بطولات تير 1، وان هو وصل بالاداء دوت وبالمنافسه دي مع شايكو في الستاتس، شيء رهيب جدا للاعب صاعد.
فعلا وهي هاي المطارحات طبعا ستاتس، اذا نشمنا على الستاتس الفرديه مو فقط باليمال الى خارج اليمال ايضا. فستومبن هو واحد من افضل اللاعبين حتى بالعالم. لكن راح نرجع نتكلم على هذا الامر بعد ما نتكلم عن الماب بان. طبعا نشوف بان لبنك من تيم فالكونز بعد ما خسروا البارحه امام تيم جي 2، ثم بان شاليه نفس بان البارحه من تيم جي 2، بان كافيه نفس بان البارحه من تيم فالكونز، بان نايت هيفن بعد ما خسر تيم جي 2 امام فالكونز البارحه. ثم راح نشوف سكاي سكريبر اللي شفناه البارحه انتهى من صار تيم فالكون. راح نشوف فلير للمره المليار في الاي ام ال. يبدو انه ختامها ممكن يكون الماب الاخير ماب بلاير ويانا الليله، بعد ما راح نشوف سكاي سكريبر. ثم راح نتجه الى ماب بوردر بعد ما يتبنى تيم فالكون كونسوليت ويبنى تيم جي 2 نفس بان البارحه ماب كلاب هاوس. اذن يعني تغييرات ابرزها انه المابين اللي لعبن البارحه اللي هم ماب بانك وماب نايت هيفن تبندت. يعني الماب اللي خسر تيم فالكون البارحه بنده، الماب اللي خسر تيم جي 2 البارحه بنده، فلذلك الامر منطقي. سكار سكابر الخيار الثالث اختار تيم فالكونز، هو الماب الحياه نبدي بيه يا فانسي. هل يعاد السيناريو؟ لان البارحه تيم فالكونز انتصر بماب سكاي سكريبر بسهوله كبيره جدا.
يعني انا شايف ان فالكونز لسه عنده نقطة قوة في ماب سكاي سكريبر. اللي انا مستغرب له شوية بس ان هو ليه ما راحش مثلا لماب زي كلاب هاوس، خصوصا ان هي ما تعملهاش بان في النص الاولاني من البان فيز، خصوصا ان هي واحدة من اكتر المابات اللي فريق جي 2 ما بيحبهاش ودايما بيعمل لها بان. ودايما بنشوف جي 2 ما بيحبش يروح لماب كلاب هاوس، ولكن الإجابة هي أكتر إن فريق فالكونز عايز يروح لماب سكاي سكريبر عشان هو خلاص يعني هو لعب امبارح ضد فريق جي 2 في ماب سكاي سكريبر، وكان أداؤه في ماب سكاي سكريبر كان ممتاز، وهو شايف إن ده كان أداء مقنع كافي إن هو يلعبها تاني، وبالتالي قرر إن هو يتجه للماب ديت. شيء منطقي. هو طبعا التخوف في وجهة نظري اكتر من لاير، لان دايما فريق فالكونز بيكون عنده تذبذبات في ماب لاير بالاخص، وبتكون من المابات اللي مستوى فريق فالكونز ما تقدرش تتوقعه.
فعلا. حتى نرجع على النقطة اللي كنا نتكلم عنها فانسي بخصوص الستاتس بالنسبة للاعبين. يعني كنا نتكلم عن ستومبن، كنا نتكلم عن شايكو، هم من افضل اللاعبين بالتيم، هم من افضل اللاعبين بالاي ام ال، لكن بنفس الوقت اذا هم ايضا من افضل اللاعبين بالعالم، لان اذا ناخذ الستاتس العالميه فراح تشوف بالنسبه لهذول، يعني بالنسبه لشايكو، بالنسبه ل يعني عفوا ستومبن، بالنسبه لدوكي. فستومبن حاليا مثلا على سبيل المثال شايكو هو الثاني على العالم من ناحيه الستاتس اذا نقيس على الريتنج، وعندك ايضا راح تشوف ستومبن فهو بالمركز الرابع او الخامس على العالم. فهذول الاثنين يعني من افضل اثنين موجودين ويانا حاليا برايي الشخصي، هم قطبي السيج حاليا، اذا نجي من ناحيه المهاره، من ناحيه الاداء اللي يقدموه، من ناحيه التاثير اللي يمتلكوه داخل المباراه. لذلك مواجهتهم للمره الاخيره بالشو داون النهائي في هذا الجيم هو حيكون ممتع، حتى احنا نشوف منو حينتصر بالاخيره. ودائما احنا نقول العبره بالخواتيم، وراح نشوف خاتمتهم شلون حتكون. فلذلك يعني كل هاي امور نطلع انه احنا نشوفها بعد ما ندخل الى المباراه اللي حندخل للجيم بعد ثواني معدوده. هياتنا دخلنا. شوف يعني ضبطت التايمينج هالمره، ضبطت
بريدكشن مش ممكن. توقعات مرس اخيرا ضبطت مره واحده في حياته،
المره الاولى ما هي بالاخير قهرت عليه وضبطت. فانسي دخلنا الى ماب سكاي سكريبر، راح يبدي تيم جي 2 دفاعيا، ونشوف اول بان فيز موجود عندنا. كلمنا اكثر عن البانات اللي قاعد تشوفها قدامك، وعن توقعاتك بالسكور للتيم لهذا الماب.
لا بطلنا
لا ما بطلنا، اخر يوم لازم تتوقع.
لا
لازم تتوقع باخر يوم.
فالكونز 2-1.
لا اريد بالسكور الماب الاول.
7-4 فالكونز.
للمره الاولى تاريخيا راح اتفق وياك. راح اقول يعني كان ببالي نفس السكور بالضبط. يعني جيد.
عشان انت بص، انا مش هديها لك، مش هخليك تتفق معايا. 7-3 فالكونز.
ما يصير تغير، ما يصير. فات يعني مو شنو
هو مع جورج القرداحي ما سالنيش جواب نهائي ولا لا.
صح. نقطة جيدة فانسي، نقطة جيدة. الراوند الأول
يا موركس دلوقتي يبدأ، وزي ما انت شفت الأوبريتورز بان اتعملت من الطرفين، وفريق فالكونز يبدأ معانا في الهجوم طبعا عشان هو الماب من اختياره. ففريق جي 2 قرر ان هو يبدأ في الدفاع ويعمل بان لشخصية المونتي وشخصية الجريم، والجانب الآخر من فريق فالكونز يقرر يعمل بان لشخصية الميرا والتوبرو. ميرا طبعا من الشخصيات المزعجة في الماب، وبتسهل انفو كتيرة جدا بالنسبة للديفندرز، وكمان شخصية التوبرو بتسهل كمان الباند التريكينج والتريكينج بشكل عام، خصوصا ان احنا لسه على الباتش القديم، فهتدي ادفانتج كبيرة الديفندرز. طبعا اكيد المونتي لازم يتعمل له بان، يعني ده شيء اساسي، لان طبعا وجوده بيكون شخصيه مزعجه بتتحرك بس كده واقفه قدامك زي الحيطه. جريم موركس، ايه رايك في بان جريم؟ انا ما بقتنعش بالبان ده قوي الصراحه.
شوف، هو ما دام اجى من تيم جي 2، تتذكر كنت اقول لك دائما اذا تلعب ضد لاعبين فرنسيين بند الجريم، ولا تسالني ليش؟ هو هذا بالضبط اللي قاعد يسويه جي 2. وانا قاعد اتكلم ستومبن جاب انتريكل ممتازه على ليكفاك لاعب الايس الهارد بيتشر، والان هم خسروا الهارد بيتشر الوحيد. لكن على العموم فانسي يعني نصيحه اذا تلعب ضد لاعب فرنسي بنا دقرم ولا تسالني ليش، لان هي من الشخصيات اللي لعبوها كثير، بس هم لا تسالني ليش. على العموم 90 ثانيه متوقع الوقت الاساسي. هنا نشوف الدوكابي موجود بالسولوتوف يحاول انه ياخذ الجن فايت على التيرس، لكن لورا يتفوق بهذا الفايت حيقدر يخلص على السولوتوف. يتبقى الان فقط ثلاثي يسويهم ثنائي لان حيخلص دوكي على بريده. يتبقى فقط شايكو ويوزس. 5 من تيم جي 2 حاليا بانتظار السمون. كان استراحه تاخر شايكو، راح تبعده شويه عن الطريق. حاول شايكو انه هو يجيب الكيل على اللاعب اللي موجود، لكن بالجهه الاخرى يوزس حيقدر انه هو يسوي كت اوف. حيستخدم الفايربول حتى يطلع لاعب الجيشه من مكانه، لكن يقدر يرجع يلعب ويلعبها بمهاره. لورا وبلاز يخلصون على اخر اثنين، وجي 2 ينتصر بالراوند الاول. وهالمره قام يبدو انه مره اخرى ليكفاك، مره اخرى يعني ديجا فو حرفي. نفس اللاعب، نفس المشكله، نفس الكيبل، نفس الكرسي. يعني لازم
جابوا له كيبل المره دي اكبر شويه عشان يستحمله.
لا لازم يجيب له كيبل مدعم تشين. هو هذا حلها،
هو ده حلها. وهنشوف لو فريق فالكونز عنده الحل لدفاعات فريق جي 2، وخصوصا ان يعني الراوند اللي فاتت فريق فالكونز كان بيلعب بطريقه عشوائيه جدا في وجهه نظري. يعني انت شفت لعيبه فالكونز كانت متوزعه في الماب بعاد جدا عن بعض. يعني ناحيه الاوفيس وول كان موجود ليكفاك، ناحيه الجيشه وول أو ناحيه الجيشه بريتش والكاريوكي وول كان موجود البلاك بيرد، وعلى البلاك ستيرز كان موجود شايكو. فكان في توزع كده من فريق فالكونز، ما فيش لاعب متمركز سوا من نفس المكان او من نفس الطريقه في اول راوند. وده سبب ان فريق جي 2 ياخد اريحيه في الجان فايتس وياخد الاريحيه بتاعته وهو بيواجه لعيبه فالكونز، لان هم متوزعين في الماب بشكل كبير ومتباعدين في المسافه. هنشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي يا مركز في الماب والراوند الثانيه دلوقتي، واتجهنا لسايت الاوفيس. هل فريق فالكونز هيقدر يصلح من اغلاطه في الراوند دي، ولا فريق جي 2 هيستمر؟ دخول سريع كده من ليكي فاك لجهه الكيتشن، والمره دي بريدي هو اللي بيلعب بشخصيه الايس. قرر ان هو يسيب البلاك بيرد المره دي. وطبعا شايكو لازم يكون هو اللي بيلعب بالاش، مازال هو اللي بيلعب بالاش. درون موجود هنا ناحيه الدراجون. ليك فاك بيحاول يدور على اي انفو او كمان الباندد باتريز اللي موجوده على الوول بتاعت الجيشه عشان يعملوا لها بريتش. انفو هنا دلوقتي ممكن تنزل على الشخص المتواجد الازامي اليماو على المين ستيرز، ولكن ما يقدرش يوزز ان هو يجيب الكل. ولكن هنا اللي يقدر يجيب الكل هو لويرا عشان بيجيب الكل هنا على سولوتوف لاعب الكابيتاو. نشوف هيكون في ريفراج ولا لا. شايكو هنا بيدخل في فايت ولكن يقرر يتراجع منه. دوكا بتكون تنزل، وفريق فالكون بقى في مأزق عشان دلوقتي بقت 4 ضد 3 بعد ما أليمو جاب يوزس وليكي فاك جاب أليمو يا مركز.
ادفانتج لصالح تيم جي 2 مرة أخرى بعد اللي شفناه بالراوند الأول. يبحث جي 2 عن الراوند الثاني. المرة موجود شايكو وليكفاك مواجهتهم، وديامار ليكفاك ممكن يسوي كت اوف. اللاعب اللي موجود بدراجون وبالفعل حد دمج ستومبن دمج قليل، لكن ما راح يموت. وتجبره فقط انه يتراجع. واحد موجود هنا راح الجن فايت يفوز الشايكو بعد ما يخلص على ستومبن. 1v1 مباشرة عفوا حتى تسويها 3v3. حاليا موجود واحد توب مين ستيرز، وايضا موجود ليكفاك اللي قاعد يحاول يستخدم البانش حتى يحصل انجل، لكن يدمج بريده ويموت. شايكو بالدبل كل يسويها 2v2 تتعادل الكفه مرة أخرى. ليكفاك شايكو امام لورا وامام دوكي اللي الان وقع انجرد ومات. تبقى فقط لاعب واحد. شايكو قاعد يقدم اداء عالي جدا بالاش، واللي كفاك يخلص على اللاعب الاخير. فالكونز ينتصرون بالراوند الثاني لتتعادل الكفه وتصبح 1-1 بين تيم فالكونز وبين تيم G2. يعني
فريق فالكونز قدر ينتصر في الراوند باللحظة الأخيرة يا مركس. يعني
شايكو قاعد يبدع بالاش جدا يا فانسي بالاونه الاخيره صراحه. يعني حتى شفنا البارحه، شفناه اليوم، الاداء اللي قاعد يقدمه بالاش بالهولو عالي جدا، وحتى التربل كيل اللي في هذا الراوند
فعلا اهو زي ما انت شايف التريبل كيل الممتازة اللي جابها شايكو، وكمان الكيل في اللحظة الأخيرة اللي قدر يجيبها فريق فالكونز اديته الراوند ويعادل بيها الكفة مرة أولى، أو يعني مرة خلينا مش عارف مرة كمان، لأن هو يعني احنا شفنا السيناريو ده 50 مرة فده شيء طبيعي يعني. لغاية دلوقتي المباريات عاملة كده بالأسلوب دوت، والتعادل النتيجة شيء مفهوم جدا يعني. اكيد هيبقى مستوى ما بين الفريقين دول متقارب. خلينا نشوف اللي هيحصل يا موركس. وهل فريق فالكونز هيستمر في التقدم، ولا فريق G2 هيرجع يعني للتقدم هو في المباراة؟ يبدأ الاتاك مرة كمان من فريق فالكونز، والدخول السريع من ليكي فاك زي ما انت شايف كده ناحية الدراجون. ممكن ما يكونش عارف عنه فريق G2، ممكن يفاجئ فريق G2 لو ما يعرفوش عنه خالص، ووصل يعني لحد هنا مفيش اي مواجهة ومفيش اي انفو. دي ممكن تكون مشكلة كبيرة بالنسبة لفريق G2. خلينا نشوف اللي هيحصل. هدوء في الراوند، وكان يعني الهدوء الذي يسبق العاصفة. سولوتوف كمان وصل لباب الدرمز، ياخد دامج خفيف كده من الباربار الموجود ناحية الويندو، لكن طبعا دلوقتي خلاص هيكون اتعرف عنه لأنه بدأ يعمل الميلي للأزامي كيبا باريرز الموجودة على الباب، فأكيد هيكون معروف مكانه. دوكا بيقول هنا تنزل من يوزرز تسمع الشخص اللي موجود على الستيرز، وشايكو مرة كمان بطريقة ممتازة يقدر يجيب الكل الرابع ليه ويقدر يدي الادفانتج، ولكن هنا بلاز يرجع الادفانتج مرة أخرى عشان يقدر يجيب الكل على سولوتوف، وبريدي يرجع الادفانتج مرة كمان على ستومبن، ودوكي يرجع الكفة مرة أخرى على يوزرز. تبقى النتيجة دلوقتي 3-3 يا مركز، 3 ضد 3.
ادفانتج يروح ويجي ويروح ويجي ويروح، وهالمرة ما اجى لأن الكفة صارت متعادلة بين تيم فالكونز وبين تيم G2. لكن الاتش بي ربما أفضل بي تيم فالكونز حاليا. نشوف هنا شايكو المستمر باستخدام الآش، حاول يلعب فيرتيكال شوية مساعدة من ليكي فاك اللي أيضا موجود بالباك في هذه اللحظة. يبحثون عن اللاعبين اللي موجودين داخل السايت. هنا موجود عندنا فلانك، هل يعرفون عن بلاز أم لا؟ قاعد يستخدم السنس جاجت حتى يبحث عن الدرون اللي ممكن تكون عندها انفورميشن، لكن بالجهه الاخرى دوكي قاعد يفي بالغرض لان حيقدر يخلص الان على ليكي فاك. البلانت قاعد ينزل شايكو داخل السايت، هل يعرفون عن هذا الشيء ديفندرز ام لا؟ هل يعرف عن هذا الشيء نيجن؟ الما راح يخلص على الشايكو، يتبقى فقط لاعب وحيد اللي هو بريدي في وضع مأساوي في هذه اللحظه امام البيستول، وثلاثه من اللاعبين الديفندرز، واحد منهم انجر سويهم اثنين، يحتاج يسوي ريلود لكنه يمتلك وقت، يمتلك الديفيوزر. هذا كان فايت ثاني راح يخلص على علامات، بقى فقط بلاز يحتاج انه ينزل ديفيوزر. بلاز وين؟ بلاز ممكن يكون بعيد، لا بلاز فوقه مباشره راح يقدر يوقف الديفيوزر. بريدي يجيب الكل، ايش قاعد يسوي بلاز؟ بريدي يجيب كلتش. مستحيل.
انا ايه ايه ازاي؟ مين؟ فين؟
ها؟
حكم ريبلاي، ممكن اعاده؟
ممكن فار؟ ثواني
متسلل.
بلازج قاعد يسوي
اوف. ايه انا مصدوم. خلينا نشوف الهايلايت يا موركس بتاعت الراوند في اللحظات. يعني شايكو بدأها بكل ممتازة هنا، وبريدي بالكلتش الممتاز. استنى، انت عارف هو عمل ايه؟ حركة في منتهى الذكاء يا موركس. هو عارف ان اللي قدامه سوليس برضو عشان موركس انا عارف ان انت مش هتكون استوعبت، فنشرح لك وبالمره نشرح للمشاهدين.
انت ايش تقصد؟ شنو قصدك؟
قصدي ان انت يعني الاي كيو مش هيكون يستوعب اللي حصل عشان حصل حاجات كتيره.
الاي كيو الاوبريتر يعني هاي الاي كيو خوش شخصيه.
طبعا طبعا اكيد
تعجبني خوش شخصيه جيده.
فاللي حصل يا موركس ان هو عارف ان اللي قدامه سوليس، رمى الديفيوزر، وقف جنبه عشان يستنى السوليس يعمل البيك، عشان السوليس يشوف الديفيوزر بالابيليتي بتاعته بالسكانر ويعمل الكلتش، لان هو عارف ان هو ما عندوش وقت يعمل بلانت.
واو واو واو. طقك بعد واو؟
واو الصراحة. واو
بعد واو؟
عارف اوي ويلسون؟
واو
لازم نتفرج عليها تاني. بص هو ساب الديفيوزر، قاعد جنب الديفيوزر. بص تحت يمين كده هتشوف الديفيوزر جنبه هنا،
فطلع عند السوليس انه هو قاعد يزرع الديفيوزر
بالظبط.
واو. طيب يعني
يا ريت تتعلم بقى.
ايه يا ريت فالكونز يتعلمون ما يدوسون على الكيبل. ما اعرف شنو مشكلتهم مع الكيبل.
مين اللي داس على الكيبل بقى؟
هالمره مو لي كفاك، الولد يعني بريء، يعني ما يصير نتهمه بالظلم، بس هو واحد من فالكونز مبين.
هو اللي اساسا انه
دوكي هو تشوف يعني هو مبدئيا دوكي هو السبب. هذا مبدئيا دوكي هو السبب بكل شيء. شوف طلع هاي احساس بالذنب، قاعد يتحرك هيجي، احساس بالذنب. حلو الستيج، حلوه مالته فانسي.
صح بس ما عندهمش مالتيزر.
فعلا.
هل السؤال هو هل مالطا
نعم
لغة مالطا ايه يا موركس؟
لغة مالطا ايه؟ مالتيز.
يعني حلويات.
على فكرة اللغة اللي يتكلموها في مالطا قريبة جدا من اللغة العربية. إذا تسمع شخص يتكلم في مالطا وأنت من دول شمال أفريقيا فراح تفهم الكثير من اللي يقوله، أو حتى ما شرط تكون من دول شمال أفريقيا. يعني أنا متابع امرأة على الانستغرام تتكلم بالمالتي أو المالتيز.
بتمسك الشوكولاتة المالتيز وتقعد
بالضبط. ويعني أقدر أفهم ربما يعني 25 إلى 30 لا أكثر، 30 إلى 40% من الكلام. يعني هاي معلومة سريعة بسيطة لطيفة.
شكرا على معلوماتك. ربنا يحرمنا ان شاء الله.
ليش؟
معلومات مثيرة للاهتمام ومثيرة للملل.
اجيب لك امثله احترم نفسك.
لا ما شغل زرزور ده مش عايزين. زرزور بس هو اللي يعمل الكلام ده. شعر وابيات وكده، ده بقى ده شغل. ما تخشش لو سمحت، ما تخشش على شغل بعض. سيب الراجل المحترم هو اللي بالاشعار بالابيات وكل حاجه.
تحياتنا.
تحياتنا. خلينا نشوف يا موركس كده، هل الرياح هتأتي بما لا تشتهي السفن، ولا فريق يستمر بالسيطرة بعد الراوند اللي فيها الراوند الممتازة اللي عملها بريدي؟ طريقة ممتازة بدأ بيها الراوند، ولكن هنا الطريقة الممتازة اللي يبدأ بيها الراوند هو دوكي. ودوكي يبدو غاضبا بعد ما يقدر يجيب الكل على يوزس، واللي كفاك كمان يقع، والدوكي كمان كل على سولوتور 5 ضد 2. يبدو ان فريق جي 2 غاضب بعد الراوند اللي فاتت، وستومبن يقدر يجيب الكل على بريدي، وتبقى الشايكو وحيدا على غير المعتاد يا موركس.
على غير المعتاد شايكو وحيدا امام خماسي من تيم جي 2. الرن اوت الاول راح ينتصر به، يعني يبحث عن الثاني اللي حيكون الميوت، لكن جاب الكل. هذا الثالث ممكن يطلع له رن اوت. شوف هنا سريعا موجود عليه بيت، لكن ما موجود واحد راح يطلع له. يتبقى الميوت اللي هو لورا اللي قاعد ياخذ جن فات بالشاتجن ويخلص عليه. وراوند لصالح تيم جي 2. راوند جيد لصالح جي 2. اعتقد تتعادل الكفه الان 2-2، وراح نتجه الان الى راوندين الاخيرين قبل ان نسوي سويتش بين الاتاك وبين الديفنس يا فانسي.
هنشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي. طبعا واحنا عارفين يا موركس ان الماب ديت بتكون ديفندر سايدد، ومن المابات اللي مش سهله ان تعمل لها اتاك، ولكن النتيجه لحد دلوقتي يعني خلينا نقول ممتازه. يعني 2-2 شيء يعني مفيد بالنسبه لفريق فالكونز اكتر ما هو مفيد لفريق جي 2، لان فريق جي 2 دلوقتي هيكون هو اللي عنده المهمه الاصعب في الهاف الثاني هي الاتاك. ولو استمر التعادل دوت في الهاف وفريق جي 2 ما انتهز الراوندين الجايين، هيكون في مأزق فريق جي 2.
لحد الان راوند هادئ بشكل كبير رغم الكل الاول اللي جاء على لورا. ادفانتج تيم فالكونز يحتاج فقط راوند واحد حتى يملك اليد العليا، وقاعد قبل لا يسوي سويتش بوزيشن بين الاتاك وبين الديفنس، ويمتلك فرصتين الان. وربما الفرصه الافضل هي الفرصه الحاليه اللي هو يمتلكها، لكن بلاز عنده فكره اخرى اللي حيجيب الكيل على ماو، حيخلص على الشايكو. وفجاه الادفانتج اصبح الان لصالح تيم جي 2 ويكبر اكثر بعد ما يوزيس يوقع انجر ويخلص عليه ألما، واللي يجيب دبل كيل، اللي قاعد يقدم اداء عالي على غير العاده، لان ألما حيسويها تريبل كيل. يتبقى فقط بريدي الان مواجهه 4 من تيم جي 2. عرفوا عن مكانه، هذا بيك وهذا السي 4، وتيم جي 2 يكسب الراوند الثالث. بالنسبه له ألما يحصل بات على ظهره من الكوتش رمالو. رمهالو برتغاليتي فانسي، يا ريت انت المصحح البرتغالي عندنا. تفضل يلا. هذا المصحح يعني هذا مصححنا النوب. يلا بسط لي اياها. ما ادري. اها رمالهو يعني رم اولا يعني رمالهو جبتها اصلا انا اعرفها بس قاعد اختبرك. هو يعني هذا اختبار الك. Changing maps. Activating shock drone. Drone active. Swapping back.
Tracker on him.
ستومبن وحيد امام ثنائي من تيم فالكونز اللي يبحث عن الراوند الثالث قبل يسوي سويتش بالبوزيشن. يوزس وشاكو امام ستومبن اللي ممكن يجيب الكلاش، لكن صار عليه تراك الان من يوزس اللي هو الديموس. البلانت قاعد ينزل، شاكوك موجود بالكفر. البلانت الان حيكمل الان بالفعل كمل البلانت، لكن ستومبن حيجيب الكل على شايكو، يودي نفسه الى 1v1، يرفع على مكان يوزس اللي هو الديموس، يستخدم النيد. خلص التراك الان راح يعتمد على الصوت وراح يعتمد على النيد والفيجوال كيوز اللي موجوده. ستومبن يدمج يوزش بشكل كبير جدا. قريب الان ستومبن من الكلتش، هل حيقدر يسويها ام لا؟ ذا بوي وندر يحاول يجيبه، وستومبن يجيب الكلتش ويعطي الادفانتج لصالح تيم جي 2 وينزل الديفيوزر. 4-2 في الماب اللي خسرها تيم جي 2 البارحه. 7-2 صار الادفانتج الهم يا فانسي. وتايم اوت من تيم فالكونز الان نسمعها، او مو تايم اوت، سويتش بوزيشن، راح يتكلمون المدربين مع اللاعبين في هذه الفتره، وربما ياخذ تايم اوت بعد البان فيس.
بان فيس دلوقتي هيبدا وسويتش بوزيشن وكلتش ممتاز ينهي بيه ستومبن وفريق جي 2 الهاف الاولاني لمصلحتهم. اظن يعني دي احسن نتيجه يقدر يخرج منها فريق جي 2 في الهاف، ولكن المهمه دلوقتي هتكون اصعب عليهم بكتير، خصوصا ان هم هيكونوا دلوقتي في الاتاك وفالكونز هيكونوا في الديفند. وخلي بالك ان دي الماب اصلا من اختيار فريق فالكونز. عموما يبدا الهاف الثاني معانا، ودلوقتي فريق فالكونز بيعمل بان لشخصيتين وهم الينج والديموس. خلينا نشوف هنا الريبلاي للراوند اللي فاتت بعد التريك اللي حصلت هنا على بلاز، يطلع للرن اوت عشان يحاول يجيب الشخص اللي كان بيمسك درونز ليكي فاك، ولكن هنا الكلتش الممتازه من ستومبن قدر يضحك على يوزس ويديله البري فاير ويجيب الراوند لمصلحه فريقه. راوند اول دلوقتي في السويتش، وفريق فالكونز يتجه معانا في الديفند لاول سايت، وهو سايت الجيشه او الكاريوكي والتي روم. هنشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي معانا في الراوند الاولى بعد ما فالكونز عمل بان زي ما قلنا للدوكابي او الينج والديموس، والجانب الاخر هو الميوت القائد. خلينا نشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي يا موركس في الراوند، ويبدا الاتاك ويبدا الديفند من الطرفين. درونز تبدا تدخل، فلورس درونز، تويتش درونز، كل انواع الدرونز الموجوده معانا تخلص هنا من الباربايرز اللي موجوده على الستيرز. وسولوتوف يخلص من الايس الهارد بريتشر الوحيد المتواجد معانا في الراوند. وهنشوف دلوقتي فريق فالكونز هيقدر يستمر في السيطرة ولا جي 2 ليه رأي آخر. درون مرة أخرى من فريق جي 2 من أليماو، يحاول يدخل ويشيل بيه شوية من اليوتيليتي المتواجدة لو قدر، ويخلص من سولوتوف بالمرة. شخصية السولوس دلوقتي خلاص هتروح، وأول دوكا بيكول أول دوكا بيكول راحت من فريق جي 2. دقيقة و50 ثانية متبقية، ولسه فريق جي 2 قدامه مشوار كبير يخلص منه في الراوند، وكمان شخصية مهمة ومزعجة محتاج يخلص منها، وهي شخصية الكلاش اللي موجودة مع ليكي فاك.
4 ضد 4 حاليا. هذا الكيل راح يجي من بريدة اللي حيخلص على دوكي. يتبقى فقط ثلاثي من تيم جي 2 يحاول يصعد ستومبن على المين ستيرز حتى يحاول نجيب الكل. راح يتزامن مع كول الدوكابي. ستومبن اللي حاليا هو 4-0 في اخر 4 راوندات بعد ما شفنا التوقف. حاولنا نجيب الكل على الكلاش، لكن الشيلد حيكون مسوي مهمته بالتغطية. الجولة الأخرى أنجل ممكن يحصدها ويحصلها الآن، لكن تكون بعيدة عنه. ألمو بالتويتش قاعد يحاول إن هو يضغط على نهاية الدراجون، يضغط على اللاعبين الموجودين بالدراجون، لكن الجميع بعيد عنه في هذه اللحظة. 45 ثانية متبقي على الوقت الأساسي لهذا الراوند. تيم جي 2 متأخر قليلا، يمتلك الديفيوزر نعم، لكن ما يمتلك الوضع حتى يزرع الديفيوزر ويزرع البلانت الا اذا فاز بهذا الجن فايت. بالفعل ألمو راح ينتصر بالجن فايت ويجيب الكل على يوز، سكيل كبير جدا. وهذا جن فايت ثاني بالبلاز، لكن بلاز ينظر بالجهه الاخرى باللحظه الغلط، وهنا الشايكو دبل كيل ممتاز على بلاز وعلى ستومبن. فقط ألمو بلو اتش بي، نقدر نقول عنه حتى 1 اتش بي. طلقه واحده تكون كفيله بان تنهي الامر. الشايكو يسويها تربل كيل وينهي الموضوع لصالح فريقه. واتجه الراوند الدفاعي الاول لصالح تيم فالكونز. و جي 2 لا يبدي جيدا بالهجوم لحد اللحظه يا فانسي.
يعني راوند اول من جي 2 يعني ما كانتش احسن حاجه طبعا، ولكن هو واجه مشاكل كتيره في الراوند اللي فاتت دي سببت له المشكله في الهجوم، واتاخر كتير جدا في اسلوب الهجوم اللي كان بيحاول يعمله. وكمان في نفس الوقت يعني وجود الكلاش سبب مشكله وازمه كبيره جدا بالنسبه لفريق جي 2 في الاتاك. اظن يعني ممكن لو فريق فالكونز اعتمد على الكلاش، يعني على شخصيه الكلاش كتير، ممكن نشوف البان التالت يكون كلاش. ما تستبعدش الموضوع دوت، ولكن يعني اظن هيكون في حاجات اهم من الكلاش زي الميرا او الفالكري، او يعني حتى ممكن الباندت يتعمل له بان في البان التالت. ولكن قبل ما نوصل للنقطه دي وقبل ما نستبق الاحداث، هنشوف اللي هيحصل في الراوند الثانيه معانا، وهنشوف اللي هيعمله فريق فالكونز واللي هيعمله فريق جي 2. يتجه فريق فالكونز لسايت الاوفيس كتاني سايد ليه دفاعي، ويتجه دوكي للويندو على طول، ويبدأ البريتش هنا بيتفتح من جهة الجيشة ستومبن، ونفس الكلام من بلاز باستخدام شخصية الهبانة. ولكن سولوتوف موجود، ولكن اللي مش موجود هو الليكي فاك عشان ألما ويقدر يخلص منه بدري. ودلوقتي السموك يروح بدري من فريق فالكونز، ودلوقتي السموك كانسترز هتضيع من فريق فالكونز. نشوف اللي هيعمله فريق فالكونز دلوقتي في الاتاك، وزي ما انت شايف كده بيحاول يفتح السنجل وول اللي موجوده هنا ناحيه الريسبشن، ولكن يعني لسه الميرا ويندو موجوده. و في رايي يعني السيلما تشارج اللي اترمت دي كانت خاطئه، كان ممكن تترمي تحت احسن عشان تمنع الميرا ويندو. وزي ما انت شفت الميرا ويندو هنا كمان دي اتمنعت، والكل هنا ممتازه من سولوتوف، يطلع في الوقت المثالي يقدر يجيب الكل على اللاعب اللي موجود لويرا. ولكن هنا الريفراج على طول من ألما، ولكن الريفراج جه من بريدي كمان. 3 ضد 3 دلوقتي يا موركس،
3 ضد 3 حاليا. ربما فرصه لجي 2 ان يكسب الراوند الخامس، لكن شايكو يمتلك فكره اخرى اللي هيقدر يخلص على بلاز الان، يبحث عن لاعب ثاني. سولوتوف يخلص على دوكي، وستومبن يحاول المقاومه لكن لا يمكن مقاومه اعصار شايكو وتيم فالكونز، ويبدو انه حيجي الان تايم اوت من رمال هو من تيم جي 2. قلتها صح المره، قلتها صح
ماشي.
يعني زين. I think like we can do like if they don't play like Waldenai, we can do the geisha push because we have the cap open, like play for the open kill phase, okay? Like so like we do the nades, play everyone compact, and if they play the Waldenai, like let's like try to play with split, but like instead Calgo with Lore, Calgo karaoke because like remember we have the guys that
they were playing with 2 guys upstairs.
2 guys off, then like maybe the gap is gonna be base, okay? So like we have 2 options, okay? And look for karaoke guys, I think you can do the vase fuck because like we can have the puck below, lowering the puck, and you can play like if they don't ban the green blast, they're gonna repeat the visual there, and then the user can play the IQ, okay, for the visual to have the bug for the with the green, and if you play visual, have the IQ to scan him. Okay, so we kill him the base fucking then you can split late down.
طيب سمعنا التايم اوت، واللي اتقال فيه ان هم يعني لو هم بيلعبوا هيفي يوتيليتي ممكن يعملوا بوش من ناحيه الجيشه ويستخدموا النيدز والامباكتس تقدر تسهل عليهم المهمه. لو هم بيلعبوا على جهه الجيشه اكتر وبيلعبوا على الاكستنشن ممكن يعملوا السبليت بحيث ان هم يقسموا البوش بتاعهم. ولكن انا في وجهه نظري المشكله الاساسيه هي ان لعيبه جي 2 مش متمركزه مع بعض في الاتاك. يعني زي ما انت شايف يا موركس اللي حصل في الراوند اللي فاتت، لعيبه جي 2 كانت فين؟ جيشه، وبعدين تلاقي واحد موجود على الجيشه ويندو، تلاقي واحد موجود على ناحيه البلاك ستير دور، تلاقي واحد موجود على السنجل وول بتاعت الريسبشن، وواحد موجود تحت اش اليمو طالع بالستيرز بالاش، فبعاد جدا عن بعض. دي كانت المشكله الرئيسيه في وجهه نظري من لاعيبه جي 2، وهنشوف هل هيقدروا يصلحوا الاغلاط اللي حصلت في الراوند اللي فاتت ولا لا بعد التايم اوت اللي اتعمل. زي ما انت شايف كده موجود هنا 3 لعيبه ناحيه البالكوني، ولكن بعدها تراجع الدوكبي اللي كان موجود اللي هو لويرا. بريتشا هنا هيحاول يفتحوا فريق جي 2، يتفتح البريتش خلاص وبلاز يقدر يخلص مهمته هنا. ستومبن متواجد كمان عشان يسند زميله، ولكن هنا في شخص موجود ناحية الويندو. راوند هادي، لسه الوضع اهدى بكتير. دوكي بتقول تنزل تساعد فريق جي 2، ولكن لسه ما فيش اي اكشن بيحصل يا موركس.
لا شيء يذكر لحد اللحظة بين التيمين. راوند 4-4 بالتأكيد، كفة متساوية للمرة الأولى أو المرة الثانية عفوا، بعد ما كانت 1-1 بالراوند الثالث. لما راح نشوف الادفانتج راح يروح لصالح تيم فالكونز. يعني ليكفاك يقدر يجيب انتركل على الما يوزس بالجهه الاخرى راح يقدر يخلص على بلاز. يتبقى الان 2 يوزس يسوي دبل كيل وليكفاك بون تاب. ريدي يجيب الكيل الاخير وهدوء تام من تيم فالكونز في الديفنس رغم انهم كانوا خسرانين 4-2 رجعوها وسووها 5-4 لصالحهم وقدروا ان هم ينتصرون ويتقدمون حاليا. وبان فيز اخير يا فانسي قبل نسوي سويتش بين الاتاك عفوا قبل ندخل بالراوندات اللي ممكن تكون الاخيره.
باندت يتعمل له بان زي ما قلت لك، وكمان الدوكبي يتعمل لها بان. تايم اوت ما نجحش فيه فريق جيتو ان هو يستغله ويسمع الكلام اللي اتقال، وقدر فريق فالكونز بمنتهى الهدوء يكسب الراوند اللي فاتت. ويعني اداء ممتاز منهم لحد دلوقتي في الماب اللي هي من اختيارهم. خلينا نشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي بعد البان فيز الثالثه والشخصيات اللي يتعمل لها بان. راوند يبدأ دلوقتي وفرصة لفالكونز ان هو يتجه للماتش بوينت في الماب الاولى معانا ويتجه فيها بعد كده ممكن لو خد الراوندين ورا بعض يكسب الماب الاولى. ولكن قبل ما نستبق الاحداث نشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي. دوكي بالدرون كده كان بيحاول يدخل ويشيل اليوتيليتي المتواجدة، ولكن على طول ليكفاك يخلص من الدرون. وهنا الوول تتفتح بتاعت السنجل الجيشة، ولكن شايكو على طول بالرد السريع على بلاز يقدر يخلص منه ويدي الايرلي ادفانتج لمصلحة فريقه ويدي الايرلي ادفانتج لمصلحة فريق فالكونز. وهنا في شخص متواجد على البالكوني. لو انت واخد بالك يا موركس الطريقة اللي بيلعب بيها G2 هي متكررة ويعني مقرية جدا بالنسبة للفالكونز، وفي نفس الوقت كده يعني واحنا بنتكلم ستومبن خلص منه فريق G2 والجانب الاخر بريدي خلص منه فريق G2، ولكن الرد على طول من دوكي يقدر يجيب الكل هنا في لحظة سريعة ويعادل الكفة، وكمان مرة ترجع الكفة لمصلحة فريق فالكونز. G2 في مأزق ان الراوند تروح من ايديهم وان الماتش بوينت تروح لمصلحة فريق فالكونز يا مركز.
90 ثانية متبقي على الوقت الاساسي حاليا. دوكي يحاول ان هو يضغط راوندات قاعد تبدا يعني مبكرا في مالته، والكثير من الاكشن في بدايه الراوندات قاعد يصير. تبقى الان 2 امام 3. جايكو ليك فاك يوزس امام ثنائي اللي هم دوكي والما مقدمين اداء جيد في هذا الجيم، لكن حيحتاجون انه يسوون شيء كبير اللي هو انه يوقفون شايكو اللي حاليا بالدفاع لا يمكن ايقافه. ديفيوزر موجود باتن بلاك ستيرز. ما قدر يدخل الان الى الدراجون عند الشراين يحاول انه ياخذ جون فايت بالجهه الاخرى. دوكي حيجيب الكل على شايكو. المهمه الصعبه الان تمت، لكن اتدمج دوكي كثيرا. 1 HP تقريبا. قاعد يشوف شاشه صديقه حتى يبحث عن اللاعبين، وهنا ليكفاك حيقدر يخلص على دوكي. يتبقى فقط ألما اللي ايضا هو صار 1 HP في هذه اللحظه. يحاولون ياخذوا الفايت، حاول انه يدخل شايكو، حاول انه يكتب بالشات حتى يستخدم العامل النفسي امام ألمو اللي بالتاكيد عليه ضغط عالي جدا. فالكون الان يقدرون يجيبون الماتش بوينت في هذه اللحظه، يحتاجون بس يتحلون بالهدوء والصبر. 15 ثانيه وقت اساسي. هذا البيك من يوزس وماتش بوينت رسميا لصالح تيم فالكونز بالماب الاول. راوندات دفاعيه فلولس، راوند بعد راوند بعد راوند فالكونز متفوق.
راوند متفوق وممتاز من الفريقين، ولكن طبعا التفوق في الاخر للفريق الفايز في الراوند وهو فريق فالكونز زي ما انت شفت يا موركس. ودلوقتي الماتش بوينت وفرصة فالكونز في انهاء الماب الاولى بنتيجة 7-4، واول فرصة ليهم دلوقتي في انهاء الماب. ونتجه قد يكون السايت الاخير هو سايت الاوفيس. نشوف اللي هيعمله فريق فالكونز ولا نشوف اللي هيعمله فريق جي 2 لحد دلوقتي. يعني النقطة اللي كنت عايز اكلمك فيها موركس في الراوند اللي فاتت، ولكن الاكشن بدأ بدري كده، وهي ان فريق جي 2 لعبه لغاية دلوقتي متكرر بشكل كبير جدا، حتى ولو اللعيبة بيغيروا الشخصيات. يعني احنا شفنا مرة دوكي هو اللي معاه التويتش، شفنا مرة دوكي هو اللي بيلعب بالاش، شفنا دوكي بيلعب بالسترايكر. فهي نفس الشخصيات بتتغير من لاعب للاعب. أليمو مرة هو اللي بيلعب بالاش، مرة يلعب بالتويتش. فهي نفس الشخصيات بيعملوا نفس الحاجة حتى لو اختلف اللاعب. ودي هي المشكلة الأساسية في طريقة فالكونز يا موركس في وجهة نظري. هم محتاجين يغيروا أصلا طريقة اللعب، محتاجين يغيروا الشخصيات، محتاجين يغيروا كل حاجة بيعملوها، لأن ما ينفعش أنت ببساطة تخلي نفس الشخصية مع لاعب مختلف وتتوقع نفس النتيجة لو أنت بتعمل نفس الشيء. هنشوف اللي هيحصل هنا يا موركس كده. وزي ما أنت شايف في حفلة درونينج، شخصيين لاعبين هنا، شخصيتين موجودين بدأوا درونينج وهم كانوا الايس والتويتش، دوكي ولويرا. وكمان هنا موجود شخص يسندهم. هل هيكون دلوقتي الاكسكيوت من جهة الويندو ولا من جهة الاوفيس؟ نشوف اللي هيحصل يا موركس دلوقتي في اخر دقيقة في الراوند. واول كل تنزل هنا عند بريدي على دوكي.
الكل الاول على دوكي وممكن يجي الكل الثاني، لكن ستومب الريفراكس سريع. لكن شوف هنا بريدة يخلص على ستومب يكمل ادفانتج، يقول لك ما راح تاخذه مني بالراوند اللي ممكن يكون الاخير، لان بريدة حيقدر يخلص على لويرا. والان تيم فالكونز قريبين من كسب الراب الاول في هذه اللحظه. هتشوف اذا حيقدرون انهم يجيبون الماب. فلاش باك ممكن تيجي الان من بلاز يحاول انه يفلش اللاعب الموجود على الستيرز. 2 ضد 4. مباراة مو الافضل بالنسبة لبلاس في هذا الماب. تيم فالكونز ممكن ان يتفوق وممكن توقع يكون صحيح، عكس توقع فانسي اللي غيره باللحظة الأخيرة. خلينا نشوف شنو اللي حيصير ويانا. بقي ما بلاز
اي
الله ما هو يبحث عن الكل، يعرف عن مكان واحد، لكن شوف الكلاش موجوده برا، ديفيوزر موجود عند كلاش. بلاز اخيرا راح يبتي ويفتح رصيده بشكل جيد، حيجيب كل على سولوتوب، لكن يوزي يسوي كم فايت. بلاز يجيب كل اخر يسويها دبل. تعرفون عنه الان الكلاش يرجع راح ياخر بلاز بشكل كبير جدا، لكن شوف الاس ام جي موجود، الدبل كروس موجود، و15 ثانيه متبقي فقط على الوقت الاساسي. الكلاش حتكون مزعجه جدا. فالكونز يحتاجون يلعبون هذا الراوند بذكاء، والفعل يوزي يخلص عليه. و تيم فالكونز ينتصر بالماب الاول، الماب اللي من اختياره 7-4. والبلايد لتيم فالكونز يخطو الخطوه الاولى ويتقدم الان 1-0 امام تيم جي 2 اللي يتبقى ماب واحد فقط اللي حيكون ماب لير. اذا قدر ينتصر به راح يكون بطل الاي ام ال ويانا هذه الليله يا فانسي.
فرصة دلوقتي ذهبية تتحط قدام فريق فالكونز ان هو يخلص المشوار والليلة بدري وينتصر في الماب الاولى اللي من اختياره بنتيجة 7-4 بعد تقدم فريق جي 2 4-2 في الهاف الاول. ولكن بعد ما اتقلب الهاف وراح فريق فالكونز للدفاع، انطلق على طول فالكونز في الانتصار والفوز في الماب ب5 راوندات متتالية يا موركس بطريقة ممتازة ينهي بيها الهاف فريق فالكونز. وينهي بيها الماب الأولى لمصلحته.
ويل بلايد لتيم فالكونز، يقدر يكسب الماب الأول إلى مصلحته ويقدر انه هو يكسبها بقناعه بعد ما جاب فلولس راوندز دفاعيا، ما خسر اعتقد اي راوند دفاعي لحد اللحظه الاخيره. فلذلك هذا كان الماب الاول ويانا، انهينا الان الماب الاول. الماب الثاني راح ياتيكم بعد قليل، لكن كل هذا بعد البريك. اهلا وسهلا بكم مرة اخرى. عدنا لكم بعد ما شفنا ماب اول بين تيم فالكونز وبين تيم جي 2 في الجراند فاينل للجراند فاينل مال ستيج 1 والستيج 2 اللي جابنا الان الى الماب الثاني. طبعا الماب الاول انتصر به تيم فالكونز بسكور 7-4 مثل ما قلت ثاني، مو مثل ما قال فانسي نهائيا. اللي غير رايه باللحظه الاخيره موجوده على مقطع الفيديو، موجود دليل
اي دليل.
مقطع الفيديو تجدوه هنا هو على رينبو 6 اي ار او يوبيسوفت العربيه، او على اليوتيوب رينبو 6 اي ار، على التويتش يوبيسوفت العربيه، على التيك توك. بعد عندنا شانلات، بعد عندنا على حسابي الشخصي راح تلقوه موجود. هذا الدليل. ارشيف الانترنت حتلقوه موجود، راح اسجله في ارشيف رينبو الدولي، راح يسجل كنوت بليكيبيديا، كله حيكون موجود. على العموم فانسي الان حنتجه الى الماب الثاني اللي حيودينا الى ماب بلاير. في اخر مرتين لعب تيم فالكونز امام تيم جي 2 في ماب بلاير، اثنين فاز بهن تيم جي 2، لكن بالمره الاخيره السكور اللي فاز به تيم جي 2 امام فالكونز في ماب بلاير كان 8-7. وربما تتذكر هاي المباراة اللي كانت في الميونخ ميجر، ما بلاير انتهت 8-7 بعد ما كان تيم فالكونز متقدم بالسكور. فراح نشوف ريماتش مرة أخرى في هذا الماب. فانسي هذا الماب شفناه كلش هواية باليمل بكل الاستيجات. شنو توقعاتك؟ شنو نظرتك؟ شنو تحليلك؟ خضرمها يا فانسي.
شوف يعني خلينا نتكلم كده عن الفريقين ونتكلم عن الهايلايت سريعا في المواجهات ما بين اللاعبين. زي ما انت شفت يا موركس، شايكو وستومبن، اداء شايكو في الماب اللي فات 13-7، يعني ضعف عدد كلات ستومبن، ولكن ستومبن تفوق في الكلتش، ولكن كل حاجة تانية قدر يتفوق فيها شايكو. ده يوري لك قد ايه ان طبعا مهما كان ان انت لاعب عندك ميكانيكال سكيلز كويسه او عندك موهبه وطالع بيها جديده، تقدر توري لك ان قد ايه شايكو مش فارق معاه اي حد ومش فارق معاه هو بيلعب ضد مين، ويوري لك السكورز والاداء اللي هو بيعمله. واظن ما بلاير ممكن تخدمه كمان، خصوصا ان هي يعني ماب مش دايما سهل توقعها، ودايما بتحس يعني هي ماب خادعه، تحس ان هي ماب ديفندر سايدد، ولكن تلاقي دايما تلاقي الاتاكرز هم اللي بيبقوا هم اللي متفوقين. ولما تقول خلاص الاتاكرز هم اللي متفوقين، تيجي تلاقي ان لما السويتش بيحصل تلاقي الديفندرز تفوقوا. فهي ماب متكافئه في يعني في الطرفين بنسبة إلى حد ما، ولكن هي بتميل إلى مين اللي بيتفوق في الهاف الأول بغض النظر دفاع ولا هجوم. يعني أنت لما بتتفوق في الهاف الأول بيديك أدوانتج كبيرة جدا، هي دي اللي بتدي لك الأدوانتج في المباراة بشكل عام.
فعلا يعني قبل شوي شفنا الاستات المقارنه الهيد تو هيد بين ستومبن وبين شايكو لما يلعبون ضد بعض، وشفنا تفوق واضح حتى في هذه المباراه الماب السابق لشايكو في هذا الامر. هذا الشيء يحسب لشايكو. نتكلم احنا دائما عنه انه هو واحد من اللاعبين اللي لما تحتاجه في المحافل الكبيره راح يكون دائما هو متواجد. ويعني اشوف مقارنه الصراحه بستومبن هي ليست مقارنه عادله. ستومبن حطينا احنا لستومبن معايير كبيره جدا، بعد ما كانت معاييره يعني اللي قاعد نقيسها عليه كانت هنا، ثم حظى بسيزن ممتاز، السنه اللي قاعد يحظيها هي جيده، فجاه صعدت المعايير صارت هو اللاعب المفروض يشيل الفريق واللاعب المفروض يعمل كل شيء. لا، ستومبن قاعد يقدم اداء جيد بالنسبه لتيمه، اداء رائع بالنسبه لتيمه، لكن شايكو بنفس الوقت هو لاعب من سنين وسنين وسنين هو اللي قاعد ينافس على التوب ليفل، بالتاكيد من ناحيه الضغط النفسي ومن ناحيه التفاصيل الاخرى المتعلقه، انت ايش قاعد تشوفني؟ من ناحيه التفاصيل الاخرى المتعلقه اللي موجود
بظبط النور
اللي موجوده
تظبط النور
عندنا في المباريات الكبيره، ما من طبيعي ان يتفوق شالكو في هذا الامر. لكن على العموم احنا الان امام ماب لاير، تفوق تاريخي لتيم جي 2 في هذا الماب. تيم جي 2 هو ماب هذا من اختياره، يعني الورق والتفاصيل والاحصائيات تقول لنا انه تيم جي 2 المفروض ينتصر في الماب القادم، لكن انا رؤيتي مختلفه يا فانسي، عشان فالكونز اقرب من الماب القادم.
يعني انا شايف ان فالكونز برضه هو الاقرب في الماب، خصوصا بعد طريقه فوزه في الماب اللي فاتت، وكمان الطريقه اللي رجع فيها في المباراه بعد ما كانت النتيجه 4-2 قدر يقلب الكفه لمصلحته ويقلب المباراه بشكل عام لمصلحته، والماب اللي هي اصلا كانت من اختياره. فاظن ده هيدي عامل كبير لفالكونز في المباراة بشكل عام في الماب التانية، وده هيديله الحافز ان هو يقدر ينهي بيها الجيم. بشكل عام يعني فالكونز هيكون هو مرتاح اكتر، لان حتى ولو خسر الماب ديت يا موركس هيكون عنده فرصة كمان يروح للماب الثالث، وساعتها مش هيكون عليه الضغط، انما الضغط اكتر دلوقتي هو على لاعبي فريق جي 2.
بالتاكيد راح ندخل الان الى المباراه وشوف لي السوشيال بريدكشن. اعتقد هاي هو السوشيال بريدكشن يتوقع بها جمهور فوت جي 2 يا فانسي. فيعني طبعا قريبه جدا، لان نشوف فرق السكور 51% مقابل 49% لصالح تيم جي 2 في هذا الماب. يعني طبيعي نظرا للاحصائيات السابقه انه تيم جي 2 ينتصر بهذا الماب، لكن شوف فالكونز بادي بالهجوم فانسي، رغم انه هو كان عنده الخيار انه يختار السايد اللي يبدي بيه، يختار انه يبدي بالهجوم، وهذا التيم اللي يخوف، اللي يختار يبدي بالهجوم من عنده اوبشن البدايه بالدفاع.
يعني طبعا دي هتكون مشكله كبيره بالنسبه لفريق جي 2 لو الخطه مشيت بالطريقه اللي فالكونز عايزها. والطريقه اللي فالكونز عايزها هيكون ان هو يتفوق في الهجوم، وزي ما انت كنت بتقول يعني يكون ان تيم بيبدا بالهجوم في ماب زي ديت وعنده الاوبشن ان هو يروح ديفند، هيكون شيء مخيف. خلينا نشوف اللي هيحصل يا موركس دلوقتي في اول راوند معانا في الماب الثاني، وفرصه فالكونز حاليا في الانتصار بلقب الاي ام ال فاينلز، وممكن تكون اخر ماب معانا في السنه، واخر مره نشوف فيها لاير. يا ريت ما نشوفش لاير تاني بعد كده، كفايه لاير.
هي شوف احنا بديناها بلاير، وسطها لاير، شفنا بيها لاير، راح نختمها يمكن ربما نختمها بلاير اذا فاز فالكون في هذا الماب.
انا عايز اختمها بلاير عشان ما نشوفش لاير تاني بعد كده، ونطلعها بقى. بص اقول لك يا سلام بقى، ندخل السنه الجديده ونشيل لاير ونجيب فورترس.
ما يعني قلنا لك، بس انت حضرتك معي ما يعجبك سكاي سكريبر، يعني كنت تفضل لاير او سكاي سكريبر اكيد. يعني شفت المشكله وين؟ المشكله بيك ماس.
انت السبب. المشكله في دوكي.
انت السبب.
دوكي بيعمل يعني بيك ملوش داعي بشخصيه التاتشانكا يا موركس، اللي هي اهم شخصيه في السايد دوت، وكده الدينايل بشكل كبير ضاع، وهيعتمدوا على السي فورز اللي راح منها واحده دلوقتي زي ما انت سمعت كده. تبقى سي فور واحد للدينايل، وممكن ده يسبب ازمه كبيره لفريق جي 2 في الدفاع.
فعلا ممكن تكون ازمه لفريق جي 2 في الدفاع بدون التشنكا فايرز اللي ممكن تمنع الديفيوزر. يتبقى فقط السموك كانسترز، والان سولوتوف راح يخلص على لورا ليستمر الادفانتج لصالح تيم فالكونز. يتبقى ثلاثه اللي هم بلاز، ألما وستومب، اثنين شوت جانز، واحد يامار، اسلحه فتاكه بالكرونس رينج وحتى باللونج رينج ممكن تكون كفيله بانه يجيب كلتش لتيم جي 2. لكن فالكونز يعرف اهميه هذا الراوند بالنسبه لهم. سولوتوف بالانجل حيقدر يخلص على ستومبن الان، يكبر الادفانتج لصالح تيم بلازي. دمج 1 اتش بي، يعرفون عن مكانه. هذا جن فايت ثاني يوزز يخلص عليه. مهاره كبيره من تيم فالكونز حاليا في هذا الماب. علامه وحيده امامكم ماسي عليه درون وعليه شيلد وعليه الدنيا كلها حتلحق ورا البلانت. وين الديفيوزر؟ ما موجود عند اي لاعب، كلهم قاعد يرقصون ورا. الله ما ايش قاعد يسوون تيم فالكونز. الله ما قاعد يرجع للبيسمنت، درون قاعد يركض ورا هذا اللاعب. الشاتجن موجود، اثنينهم موجودين. البلانت ليش ما قاعد ينزل داخل السايت؟ شوف هنا التراك موجود عليه، يعرفون عن مكانه. 4 لاعبين على الاقل قاعد يبوشون. الله ما لحد اللحظه فانسي اغرب طريقه تعامل موجوده مع 1v5 قاعد اشوفها صراحه حاليا. لكن شوف هنا يوزز حيسوي روتيت، يسوي له فلانك من البيسمنت. الفلانك قاعد ينزل بالجهه الاخرى من سولوتوف. هذا الشات جيم بلاي موجود وبالفعل راح يكون موجود. يوزز فلولس راوند لصالح تيم فالكونز، ممتاز في السايت الاول اللي هو سايت الاوفيس.
سايت الاوفيس يتجه لمصلحه فريق فالكونز بطريقه ممتازه، بطريقه فلولس تنمر الكتروني على على اليماو. هو ده تعريف التنمر الالكتروني يا موركس. يعني بشكل كبير موركس برضو الراوند اللي فاتت دي كانت يعني من بدايتها اصلا كانت تقدر تقول خسرانها فريق جي 2 نظرا للطريقه اللي كان بيلعب بيها، وكمان ان خسر لاعب مهم جدا. دوكي بشخصيه التاتشانكا عمل بيك لما البريتش اتفتح كده، كان بيحاول يخلص من اي حد بره البريتش، ولكن على طول كانوا واقفين له فريق فالكونز بالمرصاد، وبالتالي انتهى مصيره في الراوند اللي فاتت. وفي الاخر الراوند انتهت لمصلحه فريق فالكونز. يعني انا شايف ان فريق جي 2 محتاج بس يلعب بطريقه اهدى شويه، وطريقه معتمده على البلانت دينايل، لان يعني دي هيكون شيء مهم جدا. ان هو فريق فالكونز يعني شفناه بيلعب بطريقه اجريسيف، فعشان توقف الاجريسيف دي انت محتاج بس ترجع لورا خالص، تلعب على الترابس، تلعب على الويست تايم والديناينج البلانت في اخر اللحظات. هو ده اللي هيديك الادفانتج كديفندر في ماب زي لاير. هنشوف هل دي هي القصة، ولا فريق فالكونز هيستمر بالسيطرة ويستمر في المباراة بشكل عام. بريتش هنا بيبدأ يفتحوا فريق فالكونز بدون أي معاناة، ولكن المعاناة هتكون في العدد بعد ما أليماو جاب الكل، ولكن على طول يوزس يرد ويعادل الكفة مرة أخرى. 4 ضد 4. بريتش اتفتح. مين بريتش اتفتح دلوقتي؟ هيكون في مشكلة كبيرة بالنسبة لفريق جي 2. أليماو حبيبي، يعني هم مسكوك راوندين ورا بعض ضربوك. ما اظنش ان في حد دلوقتي عنده يعني فرصة ان هو يتكلم ويكتب بوت. دي اخر واحد يكتب كده دلوقتي هو انت.
تقريبا 90 ثانية متبقي على الوقت الاساسي. لحد الان الكفة متساوية بين تيم فالكونز وبين تيم جي 2، عكس الراوند السابق اللي شفناه كان دومينيشن كامل من تيم فالكون. جي 2 قاعد يحاول يقاوم هذه المرة. شوف هنا جن فايت ممكن يجي من شايكو اللي مستمر على الاش. الجهه الاخرى نشوف ليكي فاك اللي موجود بالايس وقاعد يحاول ياخذ جن فايت على لاعب الازام اللي حيقفل عليه الباب. طبعا دوكي يستخدم الكيبا بارياز، موجود عنده جن فايت ممكن يجي الان على لاعب الدخل على الويندو، لكن قرر الخروج بطريقه صحيحه. ستيلميت حاليا، لا حركه موجوده من الطرفين، ينتظرون فعل لاجل رد الفعل. لكن بالتاكيد التيم المفروض انه هو يسرع حيكون تيم الاتاكرز في هذه اللحظه. شايكو ممكن يدخل من الويندو، بريده حيخلص على دوكي ويبدا التحرك بالنسبه للتيم فالكون. زين حيقدرون يدخلون الى السايت. لورا ما كان ماسك الانجل صحيح. البلانت اوريدي قاعد ينزل الدينايل. وين زين المفروض يجي سريعا، لكن شوف الفيرتيكال بلاي ممكن متاخر. ريتيك ممكن يجي من بلازي اللي موجود بدي مار، دخل لسه جاب الكل الاول يبحث عن الكل الثاني، وبلاس سوى هالدبل كل ممتازه. يتبقى فقط اثنين الان من الاتاكرز، واحد منهم شايكو دخل ويوزس قاعد انجر. يتبقى فقط شايكو 1 في 3 فاست بان سيتويشن. شايكو ايمك طار، شايكو ايمك وين؟ شايكو ايمك وين راح؟ وينتصر تيم جي 2 بالراوند بريتيك بفضل الدبل كل اللي جابها بلاز الممتازه. يصبح السكور 1-1.
1-1 دلوقتي يرجع السكور وتتعادل الكفة موركس. وزي ما انت شفت فريق جي 2 بيرجع للمباراة، وزي ما قلت لك هو ده اللي كان محتاج يعمله فريق جي 2، وهو ده الأساس اللي فريق جي 2 كان محتاج يلعب بيه في الراوند اللي فاتت. ريتيك ممتاز، ادى فريق جي 2 دفعة في الراوند ويقدر ياخد بيها الراوند الأولى لمصلحته. 1-1 النتيجة. نشوف دلوقتي فريق جي 2 يعود مرة أخرى لسايت الأوفيس. هل هيكون صلح من أغلاطه ولا فريق فالكونز ليه رأي آخر ويستمر التقدم في نفس السايت ويتقدم في المباراة. نبدأ معانا دلوقتي الراوند بعد السيت اب من فريق جي 2. زي ما انت شايف السيت اب كده معتمد بطريقة اجريسيف على الازامي المتواجدة من دوكي على جهة الاوبريشن روم. هنشوف ليكي فاك بشخصية الديموس على غير المتوقع ان يعني شايكو دايما هو اللي بيكون الديموس، ولما بيحب يلعب ليكي فاك حاجة مختلفة بيكون بيلعب هو الآش. ولكن هنشوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي وهنشوف اللي هيعمله فريق فالكونز. بريتش أول يتفتح بدون أي مشكلة طبعا من جهة سولوتوف باستخدام الإيس. درونينج يبدأ فيه ليكي فاك للسايت من تحت عشان يشوف كده اي حد متواجد من الرومرز او يقدر كمان يدخل عشان يلعب بالفيرتيكال بلايز. ولكن بعد ما شاف الدرون ستومبن قرر يتراجع على جهة الجرين ستيرز، ودوكي بطريقة ممتازة يتفوق على شايكو ويجيب الكل الأولى لمصلحة فريقه. ولكن هنا دخول سريع على الستيرز من ليكي فاك ولكن يقع على طول. انجر هنا 5 ضد 3، ولكن الريفراج يجي على طول لمصلحة فريق فالكونز. ولكن التريد دلوقتي والدبل كيل ممتازة من فريق جي 2. يتبقى شخص وحيد وهو بريدي بالشيلد في مأزق قدام 3 من لعيبة فريق جي 2. وجي 2 المرة دي هو اللي يتفوق في الراوند وهو اللي يتفوق في السايت تاني مرة يلعبوا فيه.
جي 2 يتفوق هاي المرة، يكسب الادفانتج بالراوندات 2-1 حاليا. فالكونز بيصدر البحث عن راوندات هجومية عفوا قبل يسوي سويتش بوزيشن. الآن مشينا على سايت روتيشن، راح نمشي على سايت روتيشن جديدة بعد الثلاث راوندات. خلينا نسمع تايم اوت من تيم فالكون. I feel like just early round we have to have better decision and play better. You know, for example, this round they were engaged, we didn't clear the guy properly. The other round, green push, we died. So I feel like just for the first step, let's focus on this. You know, open walls. The first step we do it really properly. You know, no gaps, and after that, okay, guys can do whatever you want because I feel like we are definitely better than them. You just like take map control, one space properly, and then after that we can decide what we wanna do. Okay. Because we have a lot of good operators open, like we have Doka being out the shit, so we can play like this, okay? Just the first step. Okay. Yeah, we have everything for the mid to late round. Just a early step. طيب سمعنا تايموت من تيم فالكونز الآن اللي تكلموا عنها او تكلموا بيها عن بعض الامور. اكيد لازم يتابع مدرب فالكونز الراوند القادم بحذر، يعني حيكون راوند مهم جدا بالنسبه للتيمه. يعني هذا الراوند حيؤثر على السويتش بوزيشن بعد ما يروحون يسوون سويتش للسايد الدفاعي. تيم فالكونز يحتاج راوندات هجوميه قد ما يقدر. نعم هو افضل بالدفاع، لكن هذا ما يعني انه هو لازم يتجاهل الراوندات الهجوميه اللي موجوده عنده. على العموم احنا حننتظر حنشوف شنو حيصير ويانا بهذا الصدد، شنو حتكون التفاصيل. الراوند الرابع تبقى 3 راوندات على السويتش بوزيشن. تيم جيتو لحد الان متقدم، لكن مو متاخر عنه كثيرا تيم فالكونز لحد الان يا فانسي.
يعني النتيجة طبعا لسه بدري ان احنا نحكم، ولكن ألماو يقدر يجيب الكل بطريقة ممتازة. سيفور هنا ممكن تترمي تجيب الكل الثانية، ولكن لا، يقدر يتراجع في اللحظة الأخيرة في الوقت المناسب. تراك يبدو كده ان فريق جيتو هو اللي مسيطر لحد دلوقتي في الهاف، وطريقة ممتازة استغلها فريق جيتو، ولكن ألماو اتضغط خلاص، ما قدرش يكمل الادفانتج بعد ما جاب الانتري كيل الممتازة على سولوتوف. اتعمل له ريفراج، ودلوقتي الديموس تراك على الإلا على لويرا المتواجد هنا في البيزمنت، ولكن اتعرف في مكانه خلاص. دوكا بيكول كمان تنزل. يبدو كده ان فريق فالكونز بيحاول يضغط على فريق جي2 ويخليه يرتكب اغلاط بدري بدري، وطريقة ممتازة، ولكن هو ايه؟ ازاي بريدي يضيع الراوند؟
مستحيل اللي صار. لا زال الراوند موجود، لا زال الراوند قريب. 3v3 بلازم تدمج، وايضا ستومبن شايكو ايضا وقاعد يحاول يبحث عن الكيل وعن الجن فايت اللي موجوده. يقدر حيصير له تارجت الان من الديموس حتى يعرفون على مكان ستومبن. بالفعل عرفوا على مكانه تزامنا مع الدوكا بيكول. شوف هنا الكيل اللي حيجي على بلاز عن طريق ليكي فاك، ويحاول انه ياخذ البيك بالدي ام ار اللاعب الموجود بالباك سايت او على الروتيشن. هنا يوسف فعلا يقدر يخلص عليه. بقى فقط لورا امام ثلاثي تيم فالكون اللي ممكن يجيب الراوند الان اخيرا بعد ما سوى التايم اوت. هذا راوند مهم جدا بالنسبه لتيم فالكونز. لورا عنده فرصه انه يجيب الكلاش، لكن بوست بانت وجود الشتجن للكروس تانج بوجود شايكو بوجود ليكي فاك حتكون شويه صعبه. يعرفون عن مكانه الان، حيسوون عليه كروس. وبالفعل ليكي فاك بالدي ام ار طلقه وحده كانت كفيله انه تنهي حياه بلاز، وراوند يتجه الى صالح تيم فالكونز ليصبح السكور 2-2 متساويين بين تيم فالكونز وتيم جي 2. يتبقى فقط راوندين قبل نسوي سويتش بوزيشن، وهاي الإعادة حاليا.
الإعادة يعني أنا لسه مندهش ازاي بريدي ضيع الكل دي. يعني لحسن حظه ان فريق فالكونز كسب الراوند، والا كان هيبقى فيه مشكلة كبيرة. فريق فالكونز لو كان خسر الراوند دي كانت النتيجة هتبقى 3-1، وساعتها الهاف دوت كان ممكن يتقفل بنتيجة التعادل. ساعتها دي هتكون مشكلة كبيرة طبعا، لو يعني اضطر فريق فالكونز يرجع وتبقى ساعتها 3-3، وكان ممكن حتى ساعتها فريق جي 2 يتقدم اكتر في الجيم. ولكن لحسن الحظ فريق فالكونز قدر يعمل الكلتش والراوند لمصلحته في الاخر، ويصلح من الغلط اللي عمله بريدي في الراوند اللي فاتت. 2-2 النتيجة دلوقتي، والشخصيتين اللي اتعملوا خلاص اتعمل لهم خلاص بان، هما الميرا والايس. طبعا لازم الايس يتعمل له بان بعد ما شفنا استخدام فريق فالكونز منه دايما، وهنا يتجه فريق فالكونز لاستخدام شخصية الثرمايت. ودلوقتي هيبدأ البريتش في أي لحظة بعد ما طبعا ليكي فاك يبعد عن الوول ويخلص الدرونينج اللي كان بيعمله. الوول تتفتح، مين بريتش تتفتح خلاص، ممكن في اي لحظه يبدا الاكسكيوت دلوقتي يا موركس. لو عايز فريق فالكونز يلعب لعب سريع اجريسيف ممكن يعمل سموك بالكابيتاو ويدخل على طول يعمل البلانت لو حب. درونج هنا من شايكو يشوف جهة اللاب، وفي درون هنا من ليكا فهي كمان شايف الأزامي، لكن اتشاف الدرون خلاص. شوف اللي هيحصل دلوقتي في الراوند. شوف اللي هيحصل في المواجهة الأولى، وليكي فاك يتفوق على دوكي في المواجهة الأولى يا موركس.
فاك يقدر يخلص على دوكي بالانتريكال. تيم فالكونز يبحث عن الراوند الهجومي الثالث في هذه اللحظة. بقى 4 من تيم جي 2 اللي محتاجين الى سايت البنكس. لحد الآن ولا مرة تيم جي 2 توجه الى سايت البيسمنت. اصرار على بنكس وعلى السايتات اللي موجودة بالجراوند فلور. مرة أخرى موجود سولوتوف اللي قاعد يحاول يبحث عن الكل بكنفات مهمة جدا أمام الأروني اللي هو ألما، وراح يدمج قليلا بالجهة الأخرى لورا ويخلص عليه الشايك، وأدفانتج يكبر لصالح تيم فالكونز. وهنا أكو تراك ستومبن حيفوز كان فايت بلاس حيفوز أخرى، تتعادل كفة 3v3. شايكو حيكلف تيمه الكثير. البلان قاعد ينزل، هل حيصير أكو دينايل أم لا؟ إعادة لمنظر الراوند السابق اللي شفناه في بانكس. هذيك المره انتصر بيه تيم جي 2، لكن هالمره سولوتوف حيقدر يخلص على ألما، وبالجهه الاخرى ستومبن حيرد يخلص على بريدا. الفلانك موجود، ستومبن تربل كيل، لكن شوف يتبقى سولوتوف. البلانت قاعد يصير اكو ديفيوز، هل تلحق قبلها هم تعرف عنه او لا؟ راح يكمل الديفيوزنج، لكن لا، وقف في اللحظه الاخيره وسولوتوف يجيب الكلتش امام ستومبن اللي كان على تربل كيل وعلى وشك انه يجيب الكواد كيل. مسوي ستيك كان ممكن يخلص الديفيوز في تلك اللحظه يا فانسي.
يعني كلاكيت تاني مرة كان هيحصل، ولكن المرة دي قرر فريق فالكونز ان هو يقدر يعمل الكلتش ويقدر ينقذ نفسه في اللحظات الأخيرة وينقذ نفسه في الراوند 3-2. في اللحظة الأخيرة كانت هتروح من ايديهم. بدأت الراوند بكل من ليكي فاك وانتهت بكل من سولوتوف على ستومبن اللي كان يعني على وشك ان هو يجيب الراوند، ولكن قرر ان هو يسيب الديفيوز. محتاج تتعلم يا ستومبن ان قانون رقم 1 بروز دونت فيك. يمكن عشان هو لسه مش برو، لسه جاي من تي 2 ما بقالوش كتير فمش عارف.
وحتى شايكو نفس النقطة اللي انا قلتها. لحد الان فانسي جي 2 ما راحوا للبيسمنت ولا مرة.
توقع ليه يا مرة؟
يمكن يخافون من الاماكن الظلمه.
تفتكر في حد من لعيبه جيتو بيخاف من الظلمه؟
اي ستومبن.
كنت لسه نفس الاحساس والله حسيت.
فالكوز ما عندهم مشكله، فلا ستومبن وبلاز يعني ممكن على الاغلب.
لا بلاز فرنسي، ما اظنش انه هيخاف من الظلمه. عموما هنشوف اللي هيحصل في الراوند دلوقتي يا موركس. اخر راوند هجومي معانا، وفالكونز بالاتاك للمره الاخيره، والبريتش اتفتح من سولوتوف زي ما انت شفت. من بريتش اتفتح، ودلوقتي فريق فالكونز عنده فرصه ان هو ينهي الهاف لمصلحته، عنده فرصه ان هو يتقدم في الماب. شوف اللي بيحصل دلوقتي، درونينج. شوف الانفو شغاله، اليوتيليتي موجوده، وفريق جيتو واقف بالمرصاد يحاول يوقف فريق فالكونز. هل هيقدر ولا لا؟ راوند هتصعب على فريق فالكونز، لان المره دي دوكي موجود بشخصيه التاتشانكا موركس.
دوكي موجود هالمره بشخصيه تاتشانكا، وهالمره ما مات، لكن الشخص اللي حيموت كان حيكون ستومبن بعد ما يخلص عليه سولوتوف. فالكونز اذا جاب هذا الراوند حيكون يلعب الديفنس سايد باريحيه كبيره جدا يا فانسي. 70 ثانية متبقي على الوقت الأساسي في هذه اللحظة. 5 ضد 4. ادفانتج لصالح تيم فالكونز. ليكفاك حيسوي تراك على التشانكا اللاعب الصحيح، لأن هو حيقدر يسوي دينايل للبلانت، هو حيقدر يسوي دينايل للأمور اللي موجودة عند تيم فالكون. 50 ثانية متبقي على الوقت الأساسي. شاكو يدمج قليلا يبدو من الفاير اللي قاعد يستخدمه تشانكا، لكن شوف هنا لورا حياخذ فايت سريع يخلص على ليكفاك. 4v4 كفه تكون متساوية الآن. موجود فلانك والجهة الأخرى يوزيش يخلص على لورا. يتبقى الثلاثي ألما قاعد يبيك يموت يعاقب من سولوتو اوف دوكي. حيجيب الكل على شايكو. 3v2 البلانت ممكن ينزل الآن. بقى بلاز ودوكي اللي يستمر باستخدام الفاير كانسترز اللي موجوده حوقه عنجر. اخيرا ليتبقى فقط بلاز الان مقابل ثلاثي يخلصون عليه تيم فالكونز. تيم فالكونز بعد ما كانوا خسرانين 2-1 بعد التايم اوت انهوا الهاف الاول 4-2 باداء مقنع ممتاز جدا يا فانسي.
اداء مقنع وممتاز من فريق فالكونز. دلوقتي ينهي بيه الهاف، ودلوقتي المأزق والمشكله الاكبر بكتير هو اللي فيها فريق جي 2. نتيجه 4-2 دلوقتي الهاف ده هيكون صعب، والمشكله هتصعب والدنيا هتصعب وتتأزم على فريق جي 2. هاف ممتاز من فريق فالكونز يقدر ينتصر فيه ب4-2 بعد ما كان خسران، ودلوقتي يقدر يرجع للمباراة ويتقدم ويعزز فرصه في الانتصار وإنهاء الماب لمصلحته وإنهاء آمال فريق جي 2 في البطولة. شوف الراوند الدفاع الاول من فريق فالكونز. هنشوف فالكونز هيعملوا ايه، هنشوف جي 2 هيعملوا ايه. شفنا بان الكلاش، وطبعا هي شخصيه مزعجه جدا في ماب بلاير. شفنا كمان بان القائد، وعلى الجانب الاخر شخصيتين الهارد بريتش الاساسيين اللي معظم الناس بتستخدمهم، وهم الايس والثرمايت يتعمل لهم بان، وده يجبر فريق جي 2 على التوجه لشخصية الحبانة، وكمان أي سكند هارد بريتش يكون متواجد. يبدأ معانا الراوند الدفاعي الأول لفريق فالكونز، ونشوف فريق فالكونز هيتعامل إزاي في الموقف وهيتعامل إزاي. وكمان خلي بالك من حاجة يا موركس، الباندت لسه موجود، التوبرو لسه موجود. ممكن نشوف بعدين ميرا تريك، وشفنا فالكونز متميزين جدا بحركه الميرا تريك خصوصا في ماب زي كلاب هاوس، كنا بنشوفهم دايما بيعملوا الحركه دي. ممكن يعملوها هنا، ومواجهه اولى ما بين ليكفاك واليما ويتفوق فيها اليما او يتفوق فيها ليكفاك، وكمان دوكي ينزل لفيري لو اتش بي، يعني 2 اتش بي تقريبا. وهنا على طول الهانت من لويرا على ليكفاك، يحاول يعمل له هانتنج من تحت، حاول يقدر يجيب الكل عليه ولا لا، ما يقدرش ويسيبه، يقرر يتراجع ويتعامل مع الشخص اللي موجود على المين ستيرز والباربوير اللي موجوده جنب يوزس، ولكن يوزس يتراجع من الستيرز مؤقتا. ودخول هنا زي ما انت شايف ستومبن موجود ناحيه الاوبريشن، وهي على بعد خطوه من ان هو يوصل للسايت، ولكن الميرا هتكون شايفاه، ميرا ويندو هتكون كشفه مكانه، وكمان يوزس هيتكشف مكانه ويخلص منه بلاز. 4 ضد 4 دلوقتي، ولكن الراوند تميل لمصلحه فريق جي 2 يا موركس.
راوند يميل لمصلحة جي 2 في هذه اللحظة، لكن شوف دوكي متدمج، بلاز متدمج، وتبقى 90 ثانية. شايكو في هذا البوزيشن إذا قدر إنه يبقى عايش لوقت معين حتى لو مات لاحقا، فقط يأخر وقت، ممكن يفوز تيمه هذا الراوند. شوف هنا دقيقة و10 ثواني، هل يعرفوا مكان هيبانا أم لا؟ هيبانا عرفت عن مكان ستومبن، حيجيب شايكو، وشايكو يموت مبكرا الآن. ريفراك سريع من ليكفاك رح يقدر يخلص على دوكي، لكن هذا الشيء ما راح يكون كافي، يحتاج ليكفاك يخلص ايضا على ستومبن حتى يمنع منه هو يفتح البريتش. ستومبن حيدمج قليلا. اكو تراك الان اجى على الجو اللي هو سولوتوف. السي 4 موجود. لورا قاعد يدخل بالباك سايد لكن شوف هنا على بركه حيعيقه. يعرفون عنه يعرف عنه انه حيدخل. التراك موجود ايضا. النيت حيتم استخدامه حتى يضغط لكن سولوتوف افضل بالفايت. بريده بيجي على الاخرى افضل. يتبقى الان فقط ستومبن ب 1 في 3. شفناه يجيبه بالسابق لكن ليكفاك هالمره افضل. فالكونز يتقدم 5-2 على تيم جي 2.
خمسة 2 يتفوق فريق فالكونز على بعد راوند من ان هو يوصل للماتش بوينت، سيريس بوينت وتشامبيونشيب بوينت. ايه ده اسمه ايه ده؟
هذا اسمه
ده اسمه ايه ده؟
هو اسمه انت سمي عزيزي المشاهد سميه اللي انت سميه. عادي طاقة يعني اكيد هم سعيدين بالنتيجة فاذا يعني من حقهم الاحتفال لكن لا يزال الامر يعني وارد ما بعدهم ما خالصين.
صح بس يعني الوضع هيبقى اصعب على فريق جي 2 دلوقتي يا مرك يعني خصوصا ان النتيجه 5-2 ودلوقتي يتجه. خلي بالك من حاجه رحنا لسايت البيزمنت. ف هقول لك حاجه عندي نظريه كده ملهاش علاقه بالفريقين بس هي لها علاقه عامه في سيج.
نعم
الفريق اللي ما بيختارش سايت معين في الدفاع مش هيعرف يعمل له اتاك. قول لي ليه؟
قول لي.
لو انت مش عارف ازاي
اصبر ليه؟
حلو.
ليك
لو انت ما
كاد
بتعرفش تعمل لا هو يعني هو دخل في التراب وقرر ان هو يعني لان ده كان الحل الوحيد يعني.
هو قاعد يفحص على نفسه قبل لا يفحص على العدو.
صح
حنين.
ماشي
نعم تفضل. ليه فانسي؟
تمام. شايكو راح من البتاع من الراوند وشكله هيثبت نظريتي غلط بس يعني هقول لك حاجه. انا نظريتي بتقول ان الفريق اللي ما بيعرفش يدافع عن سايت معين عمره ما هيعرف يعمل عليه اتاك. ليه؟ عشان انت لو ما بتعرفش تدافع عن السايت ومش عارف ايه المداخل وايه المخارج وايه الطرق اللي الناس بتدافع بيها عن السايت عمرك ما هتبقى عارف تعمل هجوم لان انت مش هتبقى عارف الفرق بتدافع عنه ازاي. فاهم الفكره؟
طيب امام فانسي 90 ثانيه لاثبات نظريته في هذا الراوند الحالي. تيم جي 2 قاعد يهاجم سايت البيسفيت بعد ما قرر انه هو ما يخوض هذا السايت للست راوندات دفاعيه على التوالي. الان بالراوند الثامن شفنا ليك فاك بالشات يعني يبحث عن لاعب اللي ممكن يدخل لكن الله ما حيقدر يخلص على بريدي. كان فايت قريب يحتاج ياخذ اجريسفنس صحيحه من ليكي فاك راح يغرس بيه على بلاز لكن شوف الهاتش دروب يصير ستومبن والما يخلصون على 2. يبقى فقط ليكي فاك امام 4 يجيب 1 امام 3 يسويهم 2 يسويها تربل كيل بالنسبه له لكن صعبه. ستومبن حيجيب الكل الاخير وجي 2 يكسب الراوند. ونظريه فانسي راح نشيلها وراح نذبها بالارشيف.
هو كلامي صح بس هم فالكونز اللي استعجلوا صراحه.
انت كلامك دائما صح يعني هاي هو دائما صح. شوف انا اتفق مع كلامك جزئيا
يعني هي جزء بقى اللي بتتفق معاه.
هو اكو جزء بس ما اعرف اي واحد.
هو في جزء.
شوف هاي من شايف انت تختلف ويا واحد كليا بس ما تريد تزعله فتقول انا اتفق معك جزئيا. انت ما تعرف اي جزئيات تتفق وياه بس انت شو تقول له؟ تقول له احنا نتفق انا اتفق جزئيا بس مو ويا كل كلامك. ترجمه هذا الشيء لما اقول لك يعني انت كلامك كله خريط. ما انا هاي ما اتفق. شوف فانا لا اتفق معك كليا لكن اتفق جزئيا.
حلو شكرا يا مركز. شكرا.
اهلا وسهلا حبيبي الغالي. ورده
لا ورده. مش عايز ورده.
مش عايز ورد.
بعد اللي عملته امبارح مش عايز ورد.
ليش ايش عملت؟
زعلت انت عارف انت زعلت
احنا اسفين الله العظيم، يعني اعوضك ونعوضكم.
مين هعوضها ايه؟ ومين يهون عليها الوقت؟
تتعوضون من عيوني.
هنشوف الراوند يا مركس اللي ممكن يدي فالكونز الادفانتج، وهنشوف لو فالكونز متفقين معايا كليا ولا مش متفقين معايا كليا، وهنشوف لو جي 2 متفقين معاك جزئيا في الراوند اللي بادئ بدايه سخنه وسريعه من فريق جي 2. زي ما انت شايف دوكي بشخصيه الشيلد على غير المعتاد من ان هو اللي يعني بيبقى دايما بشخصيات الانتري وشخصيات الفراجنج، هو اللي ماسك الشيلد وماسك شخصيه المونتي. في درون هنا عند الستيرز، شايف السولس سولوتوف، ولكن هنا كل تنزل على بريدي، ولكن يوسس على طول يجيب كل على لويرا، يرد ويكافئ الكفه مره اخرى، ولكن ستومبن وعليماو يخلصوا من سولوتوف ويوسس، ويتوقع شخصين وهم الشايكو والليكي فاكو. يبدو كده ان الراوند اصعب على فريق فالكونز.
يبدو الراوند اصعب على فالكونز، فقط 2 نسويهم 3 ضدهم امام جي 2، يسويهم 2، لكن الان ستومبن حيجيب الكل على شكل فقط ليكي فاك. 1v2 ديفيوزر موجود عند الاتاكرز، يعرفون على مكان ليكي فاك هو بنفسه 1 اتش بي. حاولوا نجيب الكل، لما ترابس موجوده، لكن هنا ستومبن يخلص عليه وجي 2 يكسب راوند اخر ويبقى على قيد الحياه. في هذه اللحظه الان جي 2 يصارع الموت.
طبعا لازم البان هنا يجي على المونتي وعلى الاسامي، لان هما شخصيتين مزعجين جدا. تايم اوت
very hard to play for Astro. Okay, look, I think like if you have 2 options here for the top floor, I think you can do the Falcons with Lora using the Ying, Zac using the Glass, Kao using a shield, like Doki just going below alone with the Blitz, with the Demos, and Blast playing the Arc Window straight one with the Blackbeard. Okay, Blast. So like you have these options to abuse these operators. You know, have also the other option. If you see like Astro is still easy, we can do Astro. But I need you, Zac, you need to do the trick with the Hibana, and someone else like play the soft for the wall. Okay, so like we play like.
I have Astro understand.
So okay, so like let's do this. Okay, you know right after the trick. Okay, right.
To be honest, no.
What I play? Can talk who can do this. Okay, maybe it can be Blast. Okay, whatever. Like it's good for the Astro for the Falcons Demos. Okay.
Or Car, you know how to do it. I can just.
تمام. سمعنا التايم اوت يا مركس، واللي اتقال فيه يعني بشكل سريع كده ان هم ممكن يعملوا البوش باستخدام البلاك بيرد ولا بالينج ولا بالتريك بتاعت الهبانه اللي هم عايزين يعملوها، وكمان جلاز ممكن يستخدموه ويدخل من تحت بالديموس دوكي. هنشوف اللي هيحصل وهنشوف هيعملوا ايه فريق جي 2 في فرصه ذهبيه ان هو يتعادل في النتيجه. فرصة حاليا لا تعوض، يعني لازم فريق جي 2 ينتصر في الراوند دي عشان يعادل الكفة وما يديش الفرصة لفالكونز في الراوند ديت ان هو يروح للاوفر تايم او يروح للماتش بوينت، وبعدها يضطر فريق جي 2 يروح للاوفر تايم. راوند يبدأ معانا ودرونز تبدأ معانا ويوتيليتي تتحط، والانفو بدأت تنزل من فريق جي 2 زي ما انت شايف، وكمان دوكي هيبتدي يروح لجهة الستيرز، جرين ستيرز، ويلعب من الفيرتيكال تحت، يدور على اي شخص متواجد، ولكن مفيش اي حد من هنا متواجد. وزي ما انت شايف البليدز هنا بيبدأ بيعمل البوش، ولكن يضطر يتراجع بسبب تاتشانكا فاير. الشميخة فاير متواجدة، تقدر توقف. هل لحق شايكو يقدر يعمل باند تريك في الوقت المثالي ويوقف فريق جي 2 من فتح البريتش، ولكن لسه المهمة ما خلصتش. المهمة صعبة على فريق جي 2 دلوقتي، وممكن تصعب اكتر يا مركز.
اكيد ممكن المهمة تصعب اكثر فاكثر في هذه اللحظة. نشوف ان انا 5 ضد 5 بين تيم من سي 4 الموجود من نيوزس ممكن يكون مؤثر. 90 ثانية متبقي على الوقت الاساسي لهذا الراوند، ولحد الان لا كيل يذكر. تيم جي 2 يبحث عن هذا الراوند، لكن شوف ان سولوتوف حيطلع بران اوت شجاعة. ليكيفاك يخلص على بلاز بعد ما ستومبن جاب سولوتوف بريفراج. ادفانتج مستمر لصالح تيم فالكونز في هذه اللحظة اللي يقرب نفسه اكثر فاكثر من الماتش بوينت الان. دوكي بالديموس يبحث عن الكيل، يحاول انه يجيب اللاعب اللي موجود. تبقى الثلاثي من تيم جي 2 والوضع اصبح هادئ مرة اخرى. يحتاج جي 2 ان يعيد حساباته، راح يحتاج يلعب على جان فايت. الوول ما راح ينفتح عنده، ما موجود عنده يوتيليتي كافي وما يقدر يسوي بوش سريع لان شيلدات الاثنين انتهى امرهم. 30 ثانية بقى الوقت. هنا البيك الموجود من ليكيفاك على ناحية الويندو، يحاول انه هو يلقاه. نشوف وننتظر شو ممكن يصير. ليكيفاك يقدر يخلص على دوكي، يسويها 4v2. لورا يدمج، ستومبن ايضا متدمج، دبل سي 4 خليهم 2 1 اتش بي. يوزي يخلص على لورا، يتبقى الان فقط ستومبن ب 1v4. الجلاز كان ممكن يسوي شيء، لكن ليكيفاك بالمرصاد. وماتش بوينت لصالح تيم فالكونز. راوند واحد فقط يفصلهم عن بطولة الاي ام ال وان يكونون ابطال الاي ام ال بالفاينل. هذا
راوند وحيد يفصلنا من نهاية المباراة، وأول فرصة لفريق فالكونز في إنهاء المباراة. ماتش بوينت، سيريس بوينت، تشامبيونشيب بوينت، اي ام ال تشامبيون فاينلز بوينت. راوند أخير وراوند ممتاز قدر فريق فالكونز يتفوق فيه. يعني الغلط كله كان من فريق جي 2 في اللحظة اللي حاول يفتح فيها البريتش، ولكن اعتمدوا على حاجة واحدة بس. يعني هم اعتمدوا على شخصية السنتري او السترايكر ان هي تفتح البريتش، بس معهمش اي سكند هارد بريتش تاني. هبانة ما كانتش موجودة، مفيش اي سكند هارد بريتش تاني موجود، مفيش اي حاجة توقف فريق فالكونز من الديناينج اللي عمله شايكو بالمناسبة، وسهل على نفسه بشكل كبير. يعني هي كان عندهم فرصة فريق فالكونز او فريق جي 2 ان هو ياخد الراوند اللي فاتت لو كان دوكي عمل ديناي ان شايكو يقف ويعمل البريتش في اللحظة اللي كان بيفتحوا فيها البريتش فريق جي 2، ولكن ما حصلش دوت، وفريق فالكونز انتصر في الراوند اللي فاتت. دخول سريع كده من جهة الستيرز زي مركز، زي ما انت شايف بلو ستيرز دخل بالشيلد أليماو، وهيبدأوا الفيرتيكال بلاي باستخدام الفيوز. ولكن زي ما انت شايف قدامك واقف قدامه 2 من لعيبة فالكونز، ولكن يخسروا حياتهم. دوكي وأليماو يجيبوا اللاعبين اللي كانوا متواجدين في الرومينج وهم يوزز وليكيفاك. يبدأ الفيوزنج ويبدأ الفيرتيكال بلاي من مصلحة فريق جي 2. سولوتوف متواجد هنا في الفلانك، هل هيقدر يجيب الكيلز المطلوبة في إنهاء مهمة جي 2؟ ولا جي 2 ليه رأي آخر؟ هنشوف اللي هيحصل يا مرس دلوقتي بعد السيطرة الكاملة في الراوند دي لفريق جي 2.
ادفانتج لتيم جي 2 ممكن يودينا للراوند رقم 12، لكن شايكو يمكن عنده فكره اخرى انه حيقدر يخلص على بلاس في هذه اللحظه. سولوتوف حاولوا انه يسوي فلانك لكن يدمج كثيرا يعرفون عنه ويخسر الجن فايت. الان دوكي حيقدر يخلص عليه باستخدام النيد يسويها 4v2 الان، لكن شوف النيد سوت مس. سولوتوف بعده موجود لكن لا مشكله لان موجود على ما حتى يخلص على شايكو، وستومبن حتى يخلص على اللاعب الاخير. راح يتجه للفل اكستنشن ال 12 راوند الكامله. فانسي راوند رقم 12. ننتظر ونشوف. فالكون يمتلكون تلك فرص كثيره لانهاء هذا الامر، وهاي الفرصه ربما تكون الاخيره بالنسبه لهم على الماتش بوينت. يحتاجون ان يستغلوها بشكل جيد. اختيار السايت حيكون مصيري. ده خلينا ننتظر ونشوف شنو حيصير ويانا. فانسي فرصه اخرى لتيم فالكونز يحتاج ان يستغلها جيدا الان.
اظن محتاج تسحب كلامك يا مريس ان دي فرصه بالنسبه للفالكونز، لان احنا شايفين سايت البيزمنت مره كمان. فانا خايف الصراحه من اللي هيحصل في الراوند دي. راوندين لعبهم فالكونز في السايت ضغط وخسرهم. الراوند الثالث اللي هي يعني اهم راوند واكتر فرصه مهمه لفالكونز دلوقتي، يا اما هتودينا للاوفر تايم يا اما فريق فالكونز هيعرف يتصدى لفريق جي 2 بطريقه او باخرى، مش عارف ازاي. شوف اللي هيحصل يا موركس في الراوند وهي دلوقتي بتبدا، وفريق جي 2 زي ما انت شايف بدا بالبوش وعايز يدخل دخول سريع. يعني انت شايف الشخصيات اللي مع فريق جي 2 معاهم بليدز، معاهم رام، معاهم دوكابي، يعني شخصيات كده هتلاقي فجأة دخلوا لك السايت ممكن تسبب مشكلة كبيرة جدا لفريق فالكونز. درون هنا يشوف الملوسي ولكن يتجاب على طول. فيوزز موجود في الفيرست فلور ناحية البنكس، يدخل على طول عليه الشيلد هنا زي ما انت شايف، والدوكا بيكول تبدأ تنزل. اول دوكا بيكول موجودة معانا ويتراجع شوية الرومرز الموجودين من لاعيبة فالكونز. لكن هل هم سامعين البليتز؟ يبدو ان هم سامعين البليتز لكن لسه ما فيش اي مواجهة. اي جان فايت خاطئ ممكن يكلف حد حياته، لكن لكفاك تيم كيل على شايكو في الوقت الخاطئ، ولكن يعوض ويجيب الكيل على بلاز. 4 ضد 4 تتعادل الكفة، ولكن المأزق اتحط فيه فريق فالكونز.
دقيقة و20 ثانية تبقي على الوقت الأساسي. فالكونز فعلا في مأزق الآن. سولوتوف ربما وليس ربما انتهت الربما. سولوتوف راح يخلص عليه دوكي الآن. 3 ضد 4 ادفانتج تيم جي 2 هاي المرة في الأتاك. ننتظر ونشوف في آخر 60 ثانية متبقي عندنا في هذا الراوند. تومبن يحاول يفتح فيرتيكال حتى يحاول يحصل الانجلز اللي موجودة، والتاريخ يعيد نفسه مرة أخرى بعد ما كان فالكونز متقدم. الآن جي 2 راح يودينا ربما للأوفر تايم. خلينا نشوف شنو اللي حيصير ويانا في هذه اللحظات القادمة. 40 ثانية على ما يحاول انه يدخل ياخذ كنترول. ليكفاك يوزز وبريده لا رياكشن لحد اللحظة. 30 ثانية ممكن يلعبون على الوقت. اتبقى رام عند ستومبن حتى يفتح الهاتش. الله ما حيوقع انجر راح يخلص عليه. ليكفاك الان بكل ممتاز يسويها 3v3. البلانت بوتنشل صارت اصعب بالنسبة لتيم جي 2. يقدرون هنا فالكون ان يسووها، لكن شوف هنا اخذ ديفيوزر لورا. حيعتمد الامر على لورا. يوزز حيخلص على دوكي. يتبقى فقط 2 وليكفاك يخلص على لورا. يتبقى فقط ستومبن ب 1v3 وراح يخلصون عليه الان. وفعلا تيم فالكونز ينتصر بالجراند فاينل ويصبح رسميا هم ابطال الاي ام ال بعد انتصارهم بالستيج الثاني، يقدرون ينتصرون بالاي ام ال فاينلز بجداره كبيره جدا بالماب الذي من اختيار تيم جي 2 2-0 بعد ما فازوا عليهم 2-1. اليوم الريفنج تور مكن من التيم جي 2 فالكونز يثبت جدارته ويثبت نفسه في هذا الفاينل يا فانسي.
ألف مبروك لفريق فالكونز انتصاره والكمباك في الراوند في اللحظة الأخيرة. راوند ولا أروع منهم، طريقة ممتازة. يعني التالتة تالتة خسر في الراوند دوت أو السايد دوت مرتين، ولكن يعوض في الوقت المطلوب والوقت المثالي وينتصر في المباراة. فالكونز رسميا بطل الاي ام ال فاينلز، وصيف الستيج 1 بطل ستيج 2 وبطل الاي ام ال فاينلز. معانا دلوقتي زي ما انت شايف بعد فوزه على جي 2 بنتيجة 2-0، 7-4 في الماب الأولى، 7-5 في الماب الثانية. أداء ممتاز من فريق
Falcons. They are champions of the EML and therefore we get to speak to them as well. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
خلينا نسمع الانترفيو دلوقتي مع خوليو
We try to play different this
بتسأله
tournament, more chill, like
إحساسهم.
League not yelling so much, and we are figuring something out, and we had a lot of fun, no pressure, and we won, so yeah, perfect for me.
بيقول ان هم مبسوطين وكانوا بيجربوا حاجات مختلفة ومفيش ضغط عليهم.
Having fun. I think
سألت ليك فك ايه سبب
we just play
الرئيسي في الفوز.
with our strong part and we having fun and it works, so it's good.
يعني ليك فك بيقول ان هم كانوا بيكسبوا بسبب انتصارهم، يعني ان هم كانوا بيلعبوا باللعب اللي هم عايزين يلعبوه وهم مرتاحين.
I mean, like always, we will work hard in Scream.
سألته ايه اللي انت محتاجين تعملوه عشان الاس اي
for Christmas, but after work hard in Scream and we'll do our best again and I hope we won't lose.
يعني بيقول لها ان هم هياخدوا بس بريك في نهاية السنة وبعدين يبتدوا يجهزوا بعدها ل 6 invitation في باريس.
I think I want to thank everyone who is here. We're going to talk to everyone.
كلمة أخيرة هنا بتسأله على يعني ايه رأيه وايه اللي عايز يقوله في الآخر.
We are always trying to improve and give our best, so just trust us and thanks for the support.
يعني بيقول ان هو بس محتاجين تثقوا في البروسيس وتثقوا فينا واحنا ان شاء الله هنقدر نحقق المطلوب مننا.
As well to celebrate this victory. Here you go. And with that, we are going to celebrate Falcons as the EML champions of this year.
وبكده فالكونز زي ما انت شايف يا موركس بطل الاي ام ال والحاصل على اللقب.
جي جيز ويل بلايد لتيم فالكونز، هم ابطال الاي ام ال بعد ستيج اول وصلوا بيه للفاينل، ستيج ثاني انتصروا بيه في البطوله وثبتوا نفسهم بالستيج الثاني. قدروا يفوزون الان بالاي ام ال فاينلز ويفوزون بال40,000 يورو، مبلغ جميل وممتاز. وايضا هم موجودين بالانفيتيشنالز الان على كل التيمات اللي شفناها اليوم والبارحه وبالاسبوع السابق اللي منهم تاهلوا الى 6 انفيتيشنالز التجهيز حتى يقدرون يروحون لك 6 انفيتيشنالز. ويا فانسي وصلنا الى ختام الامر، انتهى رسميا الان الاي ام ال دوري اليوروب مينا ليج لعام 2025 بكل مبارياته. المباراة القادمة راح تكون عندنا في شهر فبراير بعد ال 6 انفيتيشنال لاست شانس كواليفاير. لكن بالنسبة لنا وبالنسبة لي الان للاي ام ال الان وصلنا الى الختام. فانسي كلمة أخيرة بالنسبة لك.
شكرا يا موركس لتواجدك معايا طبعا كالمعتاد، وشكرا لكل الناس اللي شهدت معانا كل البطولات لحد دلوقتي من بداية السنة لحد آخرها. وطبعا ما ننساش شكرا لزرزور وجون اللي كانوا برضو زملائنا موجودين معانا، وبقية الشباب الطيبة ليجند وكمان فورت وين، وحتى يعني كل الناس اللي كانت متواجدة معانا لحد اللحظة ديت، سواء من البرودكشن سواء من المشاهدين سواء أي حد كان موجودة، حتى اللعيبه طبعا اكيد اللي ادونا الماتشز والبطولات اللي احنا بنتفرج عليها ديت يا مونريكس. شكرا لكل الناس اللي اتفرجوا علينا، وانتهت السنه دلوقتي اخر يوم معانا خلاص في البطولات وتنتهي سنه 2025. شكرا لكل الناس، والى اللقاء مره اخرى في فبراير في باريس في 6 انفيتيشنال 2026. مع السلامه.